we're done.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. Our session is starting now.
سادة الحاضرين يرجى منكم الجلوس. الجلسة الصباح تبدأ الآن. Okay. I think you can call them.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start. The conference now invites our distinguished panelists, Datuk Sri Muhammad Hishamuddin Mat Yunus, and Emeritus Professor, Datuk Dr. Shad Salim Faruqi. Please, sirs, you are invited to the stage. This session will be moderated by the Honorable Datuk Nik Hashuddin Yusof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Welcome to the first session of the World Conference on Islamic Thoughts and Civilization. And I think we are honored to kick off the discussion this morning on the topic of integrity and good governance. Ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce the panelists and allow them to share their thoughts, let me bring you back to the era of Khalifah Umar al-Khattab, the second Khalif of the Muslimin. I'm sure you know that Khalifah Umar is one of the Khalifah who was very particular about performing his duties as Khalifah and ensuring that all his actions and all his decisions were fair to the Muslims. During his tenure as the commander of the Muslimin or Amirul Mu'minin, the Islam was spread across many countries, and one of them was Sham. And because of the spread of Islam, Omar had to appoint governors and public officials to ensure that all these jurisdictions were governed properly. And we also know that Omar was very strict with his officers. He will ensure that they did not abuse their position and they did not use their position to enrich themselves. And one of the way of ensuring that was Omar would inspect his officers whenever he feels to do so. And I would like to bring you to a short episode where Omar went to Sham. And at that point of time, the governor of Sham was Abu Ubaidah al-Jarrah. When Omar was there, he requested Abu Ubaidah to show him his house. And before Abu Ubaidah brought him to his house, Abu Ubaidah warned Omar. He said, Omar, if you see my house, you will cry. But nevertheless, Omar, as the Khalifah was persistent, and Abu Ubaidah showed Omar his house. And Omar cried because even if it could be called a house, it was a very small house where Abu Ubaidah, as the governor of Sham, a state that was bordering Rome, the Rome Empire, only had his sword and few staff to cook his food. So he lived as a poor caliph, he lived as a poor governor, and truly Omar cried. I'm sure you have heard about this story, but the way I'm presenting to you, especially from the Islamic perspective, is who were the two individuals that were involved in the story. I'm sure you know that Rasulullah SAW, our prophet, had mentioned that among the 10 of his companions that was promised heaven, Jannah, were Umar ibn al-Khattab, as well as Abu Ubaidah al-Jarrah. And Rasulullah SAW even recognized Abu Ubaidah as the Amin of the Ummah, as the most trusted person of the Muslimin. But when it comes to integrity, when it comes to good governance, when it comes to the process of ensuring integrity and good governance, Omar did not exempt another person who was promised paradise from his process, from his scrutiny, and from his and to ensure that the position that was held by any of his officers were not abused and were not used to enrich themselves. So this is a very important story because it indicates that integrity and good governance is very much a tradition of Islam. And I think this is something that we need to ponder upon because even those who were promised paradise were not exempted from the expectation of upholding integrity and ensuring good governance. So ladies and gentlemen, we are honored today to have two great personalities that is going to discuss about this topic. And I would like to introduce on my right, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Muhammad Isyamuddin Muhammad Yunus. He is the chairman of the Malaysian Competition Commission, or known as MYCC. Datuk Seri Muhammad Isyamuddin bin Muhammad Yunus hailed from Johor, Negeri Sembilan, and is a retired judge from the Court of Appeal, Palace of Justice, Putrajaya. He is appointed as a consultant of Messrs. Lee Hishamuddin Allen and Glen Hill, and at Messiah's Rosli Dahlan Saravana Partnership in Kuala Lumpur. On my right is Professor Emeritus Datuk Dr. Syed Salim Faruqi. He requested me to alert yourself that he has to stand in for his boss who cannot make it this morning. And Professor Emeritus Dr. Syed is a holder of the Tunku Abdul Rahman Chair at University Malaya. And during his short briefing to me today, he described himself as God-loving and wife-caring. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Syamuddin to present his thought on this topic. The floor is yours, Datuk Seri.
Oh, saya kontrol sendiri ke? Ha? Oh, saya ingat bawah sana kontrol. Tekan mana? Tekan. Next back, ya. For the slide. Okay. Oh, dekat sini. Okay. Thank you, moderator Datuk Ni Hashuddin. my learned member of the panel, Professor Emeritus Datuk Syed Faruqi, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, salam sejahtera and good morning. My sincere appreciation to the organizers for inviting me to speak at the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, WCIT 2022, on integrity and good governance. It is a great honor to be given this privilege to share my thoughts with all of you today. I start with this quote: "No loss is more deplorable than the loss of a conscience, a sense of right and wrong." A nation may be economically poor or militarily weak, but when it has great sense of righteousness, it does not lack strength and moral integrity. On the other hand, a country may possess all the wealth in the world, but when it is affected by moral depravity, it is a miserable country and the people suffer. We have said and heard it many times, in many ways and many forms. Corruption destroys human progress. It corrodes the foundation of our societies, our economies, and our well-being. It undermines the rule of law and erodes citizens' confidence in public and state institutions. It hinders social and economic growth and discourages foreign investors. It also erodes social trust, harmony, and the democratic process. It is a threat to development, the environment, human dignity, and public trust. And we are led to a situation where political leaders become rich beyond imaginable proportion. But the masses and ordinary citizens become wretched and robbed of their happiness, which they deserve. In recent years, Malaysia has been thrust into the spotlight for corruption and poor governance practices and numerous mega scandals involving high-profile personalities and huge sums of public funds. The scandal surrounding our State Development Fund 1MDB has gripped and rocked our countries for years, sparking investigations and court proceedings both locally and abroad, in the United States and several other countries. It drops when I see the photograph up there. Just about 2 months ago, the federal court upheld the grave conviction of former Prime Minister Datuk Sri Najib Razak for criminal breach of trust, abuse of power, and money laundering for misappropriation millions of ringgit from SRC International, a former subsidiary of 1MDB. Recently, the public attention of the nation has been dominated by yet another multi-billion ringgit scandal, this time involving the latest defense procurement for the RM 9 billion Royal Mission Navy's Littoral Combat Ship project, a 10-year contract from October 2013 to October 2023. The Public Accounts Committee found that the government had paid more than 6 billion ringgit for the LCS project, but until today, not a single ship has been delivered. This year, it was reported that Malaysia dropped 5 spots to rank 62 out of 180 countries in the global rankings of Transparency International Malaysia Corruption Perceptions Index (CPI) of 2021, marking the second consecutive year that the country has declined in the rankings. In the preceding year of 2020, we ranked 57. Uh-oh. The evident decline in the integrity of governance has resulted in massive corruption at all levels of government, including the top political leadership, exemplified by the conviction of former Prime Minister Datuk Sri Najib Razak. As we speak, several high-profile cases are before the deliberation of our courts, including that of the former Deputy Prime Minister Datuk Sri Dr. Ahmad Zahid Hamidi and several others. The massive corruption and poor governance in our nation have also led to the national debt reaching RM 1.045 trillion as of June this year. Please excuse me, I'm not that well. According to a research institute, EMIR, Malaysia suffers losses to close to 1 trillion ringgit within 25 years to corrupt practices, as well as leakage in the country's management. We are left far behind our neighboring countries like Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan. We started around the same time as us, or slightly later. Take Singapore, for example. Singapore achieved its full independence only in 1965. Today, the Singapore economy is one of the most stable in the world, with no foreign debt, high government revenue, and consistently positive supplies. In terms of level of corruption, Singapore ranked number 4 in the global rankings of Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. We should be ashamed to Singapore. Looking east, South Korea only began building up after the end of the Korean War in 1953. Today, by nominal GDP, it has the 4th largest economy in Asia and the 10th largest in the world. South Korea is notable for its emergence of economic development from an underdeveloped nation to a developed, high-income country in a few generations. Sorry. Let's try. Yes, thank you. Malaysia is supposed to be an Islamic country in the sense that 60% of its population are Muslims. Yet, due to the loss of integrity and poor governance, many non-Islamic countries are more Islamic than Malaysia because of the integrities of their leaders and good governance that are consistent with Islamic ideals. These countries are like New Zealand, Denmark, Ireland, Iceland, Sweden, and Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, as we pause to reflect, Malaysia has come a long way since independence in 1957, achieving levels of development, peace, and progress that have once been the envy of the region, albeit far greater achievements and progress would have been charted if good governance and a principle-based model are upheld. We must remember that our founding fathers provided a strong foundation for our new nation and embodied the values of integrity, liberal democracy, and statesmanship that shaped our early years as a nation. In the face of our struggles in upholding integrity and good governance, both on the political and economic fronts, it is more crucial than ever that the spirit of these values continue to be embodied by our political leaders, lawmakers, civil society, and citizens alike. How and why did we go astray so far away from the correct path set by our forefathers? Malaysia must not lose her conscience. There is hope that Malaysia can reset and correct the wrong turn we have taken in governance, deviating from the principles of our founding fathers have entrenched in the Malaysian Constitution and the Rukun Negara. Constitutional monarchy, parliamentary democracy, separation of powers, rule of law, good governance, public integrity, respect for human rights, and national unity, among others. These principles set out in the Malaysian Constitution and the Rukun Negara are the formula for success for Malaysia to be a successful nation, while deviation from them will see Malaysia end up as a failed state. Malaysia should view the critical situation in Sri Lanka, with its people suffering from serious shortages of food, fuel, and other essentials, as a serious lesson rather than just news. It is about ensuring that corruption is nipped and not allowed to run rampant. What happened to Sri Lanka can happen in any country where corruption is rife, and therefore it should be closely heeded by all stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, integrity and good governance are crucial. They are the foundation and precondition of success. No country can ever graduate to become a high-income nation without first improving governance, eliminating corruption, and promoting integrity in every sector. The conviction of former Prime Minister Datuk Sri Najib Razak shows that our nation-building principles have not been eroded beyond redemption. Our institutions have not been damaged beyond repair, and there is still hope for the future for all Malaysians. It will need courage, conviction, and sense of visionary, born out of pure pride and love for the country, and the people to set the agenda forward starting now, jettisoning the poisons and lure of power and money. We must take every opportunity to elect good and honest leaders, persons of integrity, who practices good governance, which will ensure our nation remains sovereign, dignified, and independent. We must choose responsible leaders who will serve the Rakyat and put the interests of the people first. We should be thorough and meticulous in choosing the right candidates of caliber. We should cast our vote based on integrity, honesty, and competence. We must not choose leaders we must choose leaders who have the courage to do what is right and are brave enough to be unpopular for doing what is right. We must not repeat the mistake of the past in choosing our leaders. It is time for a new era of governance that is based on justice, integrity, accountability, transparency, rule of law, and respect for human rights. We must wake up and move away from the practice of cash is king and politics that is devoid of ethics and morality. Malaysia must regain its moral compass. The doctrine of separation of powers among the executive, legislature, and judiciary must be upheld. So is the doctrine of the basic structure of the Constitution. Powers must not be concentrated fully on the executive at the expense of the judiciary and the legislature. Judicial independence is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and it treats everyone as equal before the eyes of the law. This is irrespective of one's political status or authority. Therefore, the judiciary must be left to do its job to uphold the rule of law. Only when the rule of law is followed, then the public trust in the judiciary will grow, and the independence of the judiciary will hold sway in Malaysia. Uh-oh. Right. The SRC international case raised a lot of suspicions that the judiciary would be influenced by the political class in the case. But the result is an affirmation of the leadership of the judiciary at all levels, from the High Court to the Court of Appeal and to the Federal Court. It has sent a strong and powerful message that our justice system is credible, not influenced by the fear of anyone, and most importantly, no one is above the law. Ladies and gentlemen, and civil servants, they are present today in this hall. An honest, effective, and courageous civil service is critical to good governance and economic development, a critical pillar to reducing corruption. An efficient administration is one that values integrity and incorruptibility, one which prides itself on living its core values of integrity and good governance. Civil servants are the foundation of good democracy. Civil servants owe a duty to do the right thing for the nation and not blindly follow orders. They cannot be held to ransom by the higher-ups. Or rather, they shouldn't allow themselves to be held to ransom by the higher-ups. They must remember their pledge of allegiance to the country, obeying the federal constitution and the rule of law, and at the same time perform their duties to the highest professional standard and integrity. They should be courageous to say no to superiors if they are instructed to carry out a wrongful act. Civil servants are reminded that whenever they are a party to any wrongdoings by the superior officers or ministers, it is no defense in law that they acted on orders from superiors or ministers. Financial scandals in this country could have been avoided only if civil servants have the courage to refuse to carry out unlawful or suspicious instructions. Malaysia has all the necessary attributes to successfully make her next leap. But navigating the next stage of development will require bold measures and tough reforms to promote good governance and integrity at all levels of government and society. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end my speech by quoting an excerpt by a recent royal address by Duli Yang Maha Mulia Paduka Sri Sultan Perak Darul Rizwan Sultan Nazrin Muizuddin Shah. Quote, Islam bukan sekadar percakapan dan retorik. Slogan yang dilaungkan atau spanduk yang dipaparkan di setiap bangunan. Islam bukan bahan untuk didagangkan secara berjanji, secara memberi harapan, dijajakan atau dijadikan alat menghalalkan cara bagi mencapai tujuan duniawi. Islam wajib dibuktikan melalui kehidupan yang nyata. Masyarakat Islam hendaklah dengan segala daya dan kekuatan menolak sama sekali perlakuan yang boleh mencemarkan nama baik ummah serta kesucian Islam dengan tidak memberikan amanah atau menyerahkan tanggungjawab kepada kalangan yang berimej mungkar dan munafik, kalangan yang lemah moral dan rendah akhlaknya, kalangan yang terpalit dengan rasuah dan salah guna kuasa, serta kalangan yang tidak amanah dan tidak ikhlas. And at a later, very recent occasion, His Royal Highness Sultan Nazrin, at the launch of the book titled Korupsi dan Kemunafikan dalam Politik Melayu, Perlunya Disegerakan Transformasi Moral Etika by Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan said, corruption level in Malaysia was at undeniable dangerous level. I beseech my fellow Malaysians to take these salutary advices and reminders by His Royal Highness very seriously and as a wake-up call. The general election is around the corner. Do what is right for the sake of the future of this beloved nation of ours. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Datuk Seri Muhammad Syamuddin. I think you provided a snapshot of where we are as a country, as well as identifying where the decay that had happened, how much we have strayed from the principles of the founding fathers of the country, and provided us with ideas about how to move forward as a nation. So I would like then to invite the next speaker, Professor Emeritus Shad Faruqi, to share your presentation. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Distinguished Chairman of USAS Berhad, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Khalid, Tan Sri Professor Dr. Nordin Kadi, Vice Chancellor, Dato' Nik Muhammad Hashiuddin Yusuf, our moderator, Deputy VCs, Honorable Speakers, and distinguished participants. It's an honor for me to be at this new citadel of learning. I hope that USAS will not only be the mirror to reflect the light produced by people of wisdom from the past, but that this university will in time become a source of new illumination, inshallah. This presentation of mine and my deans will draw attention to some of the values and ideals, institutions and structures, principles and methods that are conducive to the promotion of good governance. I hope to cover Islamic as well as civil perspectives. However, I wish to point out that an initial conceptual challenge is that the concept of governance or good governance has no agreed definition. A further problem is that on the question of audit or evaluation, we have to go beyond theory to practice, beyond ideology to actual performance. Regrettably, desirable institutions do not always produce desirable results. Good content does not always produce good consequences. What institutions and laws say and what they do is often far apart. Equitable systems and processes do not always produce just results. So it is good to begin with ideals, but one must adopt a functional approach in one's evaluation. It's not the content, it's the consequence that matters. It's not what the law says, it's what it does that matters. Let me therefore enumerate some social, economic, legal, political, security, and educational considerations, which I believe can be a catalyst for, as well as a byproduct of good governance. I'm guided by the Malaysian context. First of all, peace, stability, and social harmony. Life, liberty, and property cannot be protected. Human dignity cannot be promoted, and security of expectations cannot be guaranteed unless the conditions that promote wars, racial or religious riots, and internecine conflicts are removed. I think the first human right is to live in a peaceful surrounding. Malaysia has done well on this score. Secondly, eradicating poverty, avoiding famines, preventing starvation and malnutrition, ensuring an abundant supply of essential commodities, and controlling prices of basic goods are essential for the achievement of the finer graces of civilization. I have to say this, that though I believe in human rights, food is as important as freedom. Bread is as important as the ballot box. Till the COVID pandemic of 2020, Malaysia scored highly on its poverty eradication index. Third, equality of opportunity. All persons should be equal before the law and entitled to the equal protection of the law. Having said that, it must be observed that the grant of equality on paper is not enough. Equality must be a functional reality and not a mere legal theory. All societies, East and West, North and South, have hierarchies, unjust structures, and unequal distribution of resources and wealth. Laws and policies must combat this reality. However, Sorry. I'll go to my slide. However, state assistance must be with opportunities and not with handouts. Number 4, a free market system, but with some controls on the excesses of uncaring capitalism. I believe that command economies redistribute poverty and produce equality in misery. An open market economy with rewards for entrepreneurship and yet some controls on the excesses of capitalism provides the right balance between growth and social justice. Next, number 5, sustainable development. Nothing is limitless, and it is good governance to nourish and sustain the cycles of life and to give back to nature what we got from it. Connected with the above is the rights of future generations. The great philosopher John Rawls says that there should be a just savings principle to require mandatory preservation of certain amount of capital accumulation to safeguard the rights of future generations. This is the concept of intergenerational justice. Human rights should belong not only to you and me, but also to our children and to our children's children. Next one, controlling corruption. Dr. Hishamuddin spoke eloquently about it. I'll just touch upon it. In every society, east or west, a large percentage of national expenditure is swallowed up by corrupt practices. And sadly, Malaysia has much to do on this challenge that confronts all sectors of our society. I have to say this, things were not always like this, but they have become bad now, and surely we need to do something about it. An impartial and efficient system of investigation and prosecution through a constitutionally protected integrity commission, or by whatever name it is called, should be put in place. However, a downstream consequential challenge will be who will watch the watchmen. I think we had some problems here where the Anti-Corruption Commission itself was subjected to criticism. I think to expose corruption, citizens should have a right to information. We need such an act to replace the Official Secrets Act. Then partnership between public and private sectors. In my view, governments are not suited to lead competitive business enterprises. Harnessing the power of the private sector and encouraging private enterprise has been a commendable policy in Malaysia. Some time ago, I had gone on an assignment to Bosnia, and the president there mentioned this. He said, Malaysia has used the economy to promote national harmony. In other words, the public sector and the private sector had a workable relationship. Then, protection of workers. Substantive and procedural laws must give workers dignity and social protection. For example, adequate minimum wages. In the private sector, in my view, workers must be given an economic stake in the companies they work for. Medical health. Though Malaysia has done fairly well in providing subsidized health care to its citizens, the trend is sadly to the contrary. Our public health care expenditure must be raised from the present 2.5% of GDP to the international standard of 5%. International trade. No nation can flourish without foreign trade. In a globalized world, pragmatic laws, flexible policies, efficient institutions and methods need to be devised to encourage foreign trade. At the same time, third world nations must protect themselves against those who export toxic wastes, destroy our environment, patent our indigenous knowledge, and resort to new colonial economic policies. I'm sorry, yes, a democratic political system, human rights. An enduring democracy must support majority rule, but with minority rights. It must respect human freedoms, the right to information, a fair and just electoral system, a free but responsible media, and participatory processes. Human rights belong to us, not because of the charity or generosity of the state. They come to us directly from the hands of God. May I quote Martin Luther King, that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I think there should be openness and transparency in government. The right to information and open, transparent processes will curb corruption and misuse of power. As I said earlier, we will benefit from a new Freedom of Information Act to replace the notorious Official Secrets Act. System of checks and balances. The desirability of a strong and determined government must go hand in hand with the need to tame naked power and make it conform to the rule of law. Regrettably, in much of Asia and Africa and elsewhere too, check and balance institutions do not always live up to their promise. In Malaysia, urgent reforms are needed in many areas. To begin with, we need an independent law reform commission to look into the following areas. Reform of Parliament. Parliament has a role in lawmaking and in providing, its main role is in lawmaking and in providing a check and balance. And I think this can be improved by strengthening its committee system. I humbly propose an Institute of Parliamentary Affairs. For the judges, we have a ILCAP. For civil servants, we have INTAN. What do we have for Parliament? I think we need an Institute of Parliamentary Affairs to train MPs for greater institutional efficacy. The electoral process needs a thorough review. Local government elections need restoration. The Judicial Appointments Commission recommendation should be binding on the PM. Access to justice needs to be improved. The Attorney General and the Public Prosecutor must be separated. The Attorney General is the Chief Advisor of the government. At the same time, he's also the Chief Public Prosecutor under Article 145. And I think the two roles are in conflict whenever cabinet ministers have to be prosecuted. The judicial and legal service should be separated. There should be a separate judicial service and a separate legal service. The Anti-Corruption Commission should be constitutionalized, not just in an act of parliament, but in the Constitution. It should be made independent from executive control. In the matter of the police, the recommendation of the 205 Royal Commission of Inquiry on an independent police complaints and misconduct commission should be implemented. The government must address issues like smuggling, human trafficking, and establish the facts behind the Wang Kalian migrant death camps. We have a Biro Pengaduan Awam. I think it should be converted to an independent ombudsman system. Top appointments, executive appointments to GLCs, government-linked companies, quasi-national government organizations and statutory bodies should be subject to parliamentary approval as in the US Congress. Civil and political rights like free speech need strengthening, no doubt. There should be a right to information. Also, greater attention needs to be paid to socio-economic and development rights, poverty alleviation, and environmental protection. Predatory development policies need to give way to sustainable development and the rights of future generations. In the matter of Sabah Sarawak, their rights under the 1963 agreements need restoration. We need to tame the bureaucracy and to cut red tape. My time is running out, so I will just quickly read the headings. We need to unshackle the statutory bodies, GLCs and Quangos. In administrative law, the idea of setting up a statutory body is to create a balance between social responsibility and innovativeness and initiative. In Malaysia, however, statutory bodies, GLCs, are regarded virtually as part of the government, as a government department. A problem quite peculiar to Malaysia is how statutory bodies, including universities, are subject to strict control by civil servants. And I want to say this to you, whatever the law may say is one thing. What's much more important functionally is what the pakililing from the ministry says. The general order, the circular, the directive, the scheme. Actually, many of these directives, schemes, circulars are ultra viris, our laws. For example, for universities, we have Universities and University Colleges Act, which gives independence and autonomy in many areas to our governing councils, by whatever name they are called, board of directors. The reality, however, is the ministry decides how many pieces of cake you can serve on a piece of plate. There are directives even about how much you can serve on a piece of plate. There are MOF directives on this issue. So it's micromanagement, really, and I think this needs to stop. Developing human capital. Government must recognize that a successful knowledge-based economy needs large public and private investment for developing human capital through education, training, and research. Then, good leadership. Good governance requires leaders who are prepared to take risks, lead, inspire, cajole, and go where even angels fear to tread. Now, this is a dilemma of democracy. Should leaders mold public opinion or should they follow public opinion? Jesse Jackson gave me the answer. He said, leaders of substance do not follow opinion polls. They mold opinion not with guns or dollars or position, but with the power of their souls. I wish to take about 10 minutes, Dato, on Islam and good governance. Now, in my humble view, Islamic political theory is replete with principles and institutions which support the idea of answerability and accountability of public authorities to the law. The Holy Quran commands the Muslim ruler to render back his trust to those to whom they are due. This is Surah Al-Nisa. The Holy Quran requires that we must promote all that is ma'roof and prohibit all that is munkar. This is Surah Al-Hajj. The promotion of virtue, promotion of religion, morality and virtue are part of the duty of the Islamic State. However, promotion of the virtuous life need not always be by way of criminalization, imposition of criminal sanctions, leadership by example, persuasion and nasihat or advice are highly encouraged. There is emphasis on shura or participatory government. The ruler is duty-bound by the Holy Quran to conduct public affairs by mutual consultation. Surah Al-Shura and Surah Al-Imran. Citizens' duty to obey the ruler is conditional. Khalif Abu Bakr declared after his selection, "Cooperate with me if I am right. Set me right if I go astray. Obey me as long as I obey God and His apostle. If I disobey him and his prophet, obey me not. In Islamic constitutional and administrative law, the state is not supreme. Sovereignty does not belong to parliament or to the head of the state. Sovereignty belongs only to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the state and the ruler are not and cannot be above the law. Politically, this rules out all forms of absolutism, including parliamentary supremacy. It promotes limited government. It requires that there should be no immunities. However, when it comes to the concept of human rights, in the theory of Islam, there are obviously some differences with Western theory. In the theory of Islam, human rights have been accorded an honorable place on the right to dignity. Dignity. The Holy Quran declares, surely we have accorded dignity to the sons of Adam. Fundamental rights are defined by the Sharia. These are entrenched, and the legislature and the executive cannot repeal or amend what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has decreed. At the farewell sermon at Arafah, Prophet Muhammad said, your lives, your property, and your honor are as sacred as this day of the Hajj. However, the Islamic concept of human rights differs significantly from Western formulations in several aspects. Rights go hand in hand with duties. The duties are owed not only to fellow human beings, but also to God and to oneself. The concept of duty to oneself implies that a human being has no autonomy to sacrifice his dignity or to denigrate his personality. As it is the duty of the state to promote morality, the Sharia sets clear limits on personal autonomy and individualism. Socio-economic rights and duties are greatly emphasized. They have been given legitimacy. For example, every Muslim has a duty to pay zakat, and there are many other such payments. May I just point out also, squatters have rights over dead land that they revive. The concept of Ihya al-Mawat. In our national land code, squatters will be trespassers. But actually in Islam there is a concept of Ihya al-Mawat. If you revive dead land, you have some equitable rights, subject to detailed rules, of course. Due process is protected in criminal law. There is, of course, a duty. There's a duty to be just. The establishment and enforcement of justice is a duty of the highest order in Islam. O you who believe, be maintainers of justice, bearers of witness to Allah, even if it be against yourself or your parents or close relatives. Independence of the judiciary is recommended. There is, for those of you who are students of administrative law, there is judicial review of government action in Islam. There is clear evidence of appellate review, al-istinaf, judicial reconsideration, iyada al-nazar. There is proportionality in punishment. The Holy Quran enjoins that punishment must be equivalent to the suffering inflicted. The recompense for an injury is an injury equal thereto. Surah Ash-Shura. This ancient Islamic principle of equivalence is similar to the modern French doctrine of proportionality and the rule of Wednesbury unreasonableness in England. Ombudsman system. I know that the ombudsman system is attributed to the genius of the Scandinavians, but may I point out that during the Caliphate of Hazrat Ali, there was a system of mazalim courts in operation to adjudicate disputes between the citizen and the administration. There is the concept of wasatiya, or moderation and balance. There is the principle of iqtisad, moderation in economics, signifying aversion to both extravagance and niggardliness. There is al-ta'sir wa raf al-haraj, bringing ease and removing hardship to the people. Averting or removal of hardship from them are highly placed in the hierarchy of Islamic values. There is environmental balance. Everything on earth is a trust to us from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This principle requires environmental responsibility and sustainability, which is in line with modern theories of sustainable development. By way of conclusion, may I say that good governance is a complex calculus of many competing and conflicting challenges of life, and total success is never possible. Nevertheless, Islam and civil law provide us useful blueprints with many commonalities. Our challenge is to make theory come alive, to make laws operate effectively. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Emeritus Dr. Shad Salim Faruqi. I think you had given a very comprehensive perspective of what integrity and good governance are. And I think the Islamic perspective is very much, to me, very compatible with the conventional thinking, except in Islam, the supreme is always God. But I think as demonstrated in your presentation, when it comes to the prescription from God, it's always about the goodness of us as His being in this world. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, I intend to stop at 9:50 so that we can proceed with the next proceeding. So there'll be a short question and answer session. I would like to ask Datuk Sri Syamuddin one question. I think in your presentation, you talk about the values of the forefathers, about them embedding in the Constitution the concept of integrity, the concept of public service, putting the country first, ahead of everybody. But as what you have discussed in your presentation, there was a gap between where we are now as a society and what used to be the intention of our forefathers in giving meaning to this country. So, Datuk Sri, what were the reasons why we have basically astray from that position where the forefather has set a very good trajectory about where the country should be, but as we become more developed, after 63 years of independence, we have all sort of problems that you had mentioned just now.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. There are many factors that contribute to why we have gone astray, many factors, but I'll just touch a few because time is of the essence. First, when we achieved independence, corruption was at a very low level, and there was good governance. Every project is by way of a public tender under the Financial Project Act. Today dah tak ada dah. Today is all direct nego. Not many the giving of project by way of private tender. The other thing is, along the way, we were let down by our leaders. Along the way, when we were a young nation, there were premium placed on integrity. Government servants and political leaders were ashamed if they were found out that they were corrupt, and they would straight away tender their resignation. For example, in the case of, is a case law, the case of Dato' Abdul Rahman Talib. He lost his civil suit. When there was an allegation of corruption against him, he lost it. It was justified, and he tendered his resignation. But today, sadly, corruption, nobody is ashamed of being corrupt. It's very open nowadays. From the lower level, enforcement level, minta duit kopi, right until the top. So much so that corruption, as if it's a way of life. There's nothing. So the citizens are also partly to be blamed. We saw the writings on the wall where the country is heading to. We saw the dangers. But yet, in every general election, we elect the same persons whom we know are lacking in integrity. That's another factor is enforcement. I think enforcement must be more robust. Without fear of favor, regardless, whoever it is, ministers, senior civil servant, not just the ordinary, custom officers, policemen, go also for the top without fear of favor. So citizens has a duty to elect their leaders. They must not be complacent. Elect good leaders, elect honest leaders. And my final point is we have to educate our young of noble values. Have to educate when they are still at school that stealing is wrong. Yeah? Corruption is wrong. Abuse of power is wrong. Racial discrimination or religious discrimination is wrong. And everyone is equal before the law. There should be respect for human rights, respect for freedom of speech, but in particular, respect for freedom of assembly, and respect for freedom of association. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Datuk Sri. My question to Professor, in your presentation, you have alluded to a series of reform to improve governance and integrity in this country. But just to deal deeper in that, whether this idea of reform is shared across the society. I think Datuk Sri alluded to the issue that the society itself has value problems. And whether they really demand this, if this reform were basically proposed on the premise that it will enhance our quality of life, better governance, better sharing of the economic cakes, everybody is treated equal by the law, but whether those reforms are demanded, and because we are in a democracy and politicians normally respond to the demand, and if there's no demand for it, there's no urgency for people to execute this reform.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much, Dato. Actually, the answer is already found in those few words that you said just now. We have problems of lack of proper values, either in our education system or in the normal discourse of society. There is, in general, no strong aversion against corrupt administrative and political practices. I just want to mention to you that after the 2018 election, there was a committee appointed, Institutional Reform Committee, and it did submit a 1,200-page report to the government, but the report was chopped with razzia and never made public. And some of these reforms were actually mentioned in that report. However, only a few have been implemented. I want to give credit to the present, the caretaker Prime Minister. During his time, for example, the Undi 18 law was given effect, automatic registration, anti-hopping law was passed, parliamentary committees were strengthened. But we have not really gone to the root of the problem, and that is this, that many top politicians and administrators in the civil service are using the new economic policy and Article 153 to enrich themselves. Because their idea seems to be the trickle-down effect theory. I will become a billionaire, and because I become a billionaire, therefore people surrounding me will also improve. The trickle-down theory, as far as I know, doesn't really work well. I'm not an economist, but it doesn't really achieve its purpose. So I think that's what is happening. People are abusing the law, abusing Article 153 to amass wealth for themselves. And there is no moderation, absolutely no moderation in what they are doing. Their lifestyles are decadent, absolutely decadent. And the problem is, this is the most amazing thing, apa malu or malu apa. I mean, that's the slogan in society, which is incredible, that one can be accused and be found guilty of stealing hundreds of millions or billions, and the general attitude is, what's there to be ashamed of? So I think that's the problem. Laws alone, Dato, are never enough. As Dato Hishamuddin pointed out, justice is not in legislation, but in administration. And administration is what is lacking. Thank you.
Maybe I have one short question to Datuk Sri. I think in your presentation, you mentioned a lot about courage. Courage to do what is right. The way I understand your presentation is, all of us know what is right. But whether we are courageous to do that, whether we are courageous to experience the impact of that courageous act. So what are you trying to say when you keep on repeating the word courage in your presentation?
I implore members of the audience who are, holding position of trust civil servant to have the courage to advise the top management what is right and what is wrong. I speak from my own experience in public service. I was a state legal advisor of Selangor, and I was deputy of advisory in the Attorney General's chambers. When I know that what the government intends to do is not right, I will tell them that that is not right. Yeah. Although there could be pressure, but there could be unhappy consequences, but you have to do it for the sake of the country. You must have the courage. The nation must come first. Patriotism come first. Yeah. But sometimes, kita nak jaga periuk nasi lah. No. You must have the courage. And I have been attending meetings, EXCO meetings, and and committee meetings in the EPU. Of course, I cannot divulge details of OSA, but I stood my grounds. As always, I stood my grounds, even though at times I am the only person saying no. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Datuk Sri. Last question to you, Professor. In the last economic review that was released by the Ministry of Finance, the data that was shared was half of the household have income less than 6,000 ringgit, which did not allow them to spend enough for their livelihood needs. Is that the reason why Malaysians generally are not worried about, and that is 50% of the population. So is that the reason why we are not worried about integrity, justice, governance, because they are having difficulty in sustaining their livelihood, and they just leave this discussion to people like us today. We talk a lot about it, and it dies just like that.
Yeah, that was surely the economic dimension is there, but at the same time, as Dr. Hishamuddin pointed out, the value system is important. Somehow in materialistic capitalist society, the highest value appears to be to amass wealth. I think people have to learn to distinguish between need and greed. Many of us, either in the public service or on the fringes of public service, like in the universities, I know we need to put rice on the plate. But beyond that, are you going to drive a Cadillac? Are you going to drive a big BMW or whatever? To me, personally speaking, that's not important as long as I have transport. So I think some sacrifices are needed, but somehow the modern values of society in the last 50 years have changed drastically. Now it is actually searching for wealth at any expense, in whatever way. I think that's the dominant value. Richness is not only in wealth. Richness is also in many other ways. I remember, I'll just end on that. I remember this nice story. Husband and wife were driving somewhere through a very posh area, and the husband sighed and said, I hope one day we'll be rich. We'll also have a house like this. And the wife tapped him on the shoulder and said, we are rich, just that we don't have money.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the panelists had certainly done us a lot of justice. I think they have discussed this topic honestly, providing us with their critical discussion about the issues. And I think we all know what to do, but whether we have that courage to do so and endure the consequences, I think that's for everybody to ponder upon this. But I would like to quote Datuk Sri Hishamuddin's point of view, that the country should be above everything, and each of us has that responsibility to ensure that we inherit a fair, well-governed country to our grandchildren and theirs. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
We thank our distinguished panelists and honorable moderator for the informative and wonderful session. Thank you everyone for your participation. We hope the session gave meaningful facts to all of us.
نشكر جميع المقدمين المتحدثين ورئيس الجلسة على تقديم رائع، ونتمنى للجميع إضافة علمية طيبة.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next session, which is the Royal Keynote Address and Opening Ceremony by the Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Darul Rizwan shortly. We kindly ask for your cooperation to remain seated. For your information, there will be a slight sitting arrangement by the Secretariat. Thank you.
لعلمكم يلي هذه الجلسة مجلس الافتتاح من صاحب السمو الملكي سلطان بيرق دار الرضوان، وبعد ذلك هناك تعديل أو تنظيم في بعض الكراسي من أعضاء اللجنة المؤتمر.
Okay, there is a short note. Okay, for the owner of the following cars, okay, kindly please remove your vehicle immediately. Okay, there are 4 cars, okay, which are DDA. The plate number is DDA 3055 Ertiga. Number 2, AGX 956 Viva. AKU 8478 Persona, red color. And the last one, VCD2589 Beza. I repeat, for the owner of the following cars, kindly remove your vehicle immediately. DDA 3055 Ertiga, AGX 956 Viva, AKU 8478 Persona, red color, VCD 2589 Beza. Thank you.
حولوا سيارتكم إلى مكان صحيح. Okay, done. That's you.
Let us offer a big hand to Professor Dr. Zato Karama Ahmad and Mr. Anwar bin Osman Zainuri. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen, to your MCs for this morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome. Today, of course, we are here for a very special reason, to attend the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization. My name is KT Pillay and I shall be your Master of Ceremonies. Before we begin, I would like to humbly request that all mobile phones and emitting devices to be switched off or switched to silent mode so as not to interrupt the formalities of this event. Para sekalian dipersilakan untuk menyemak status handphone anda, ia tetap ditutup ataupun dalam dering senyap. Because I went for one event, the handphone rang and the handphone went into jam mode. You cannot switch it off, you cannot switch it on, and that rang for about 20 seconds. So to avoid this embarrassment, ladies and gentlemen, at section 345 of ACTA MCMC, to please check on the status of your handphone. Thank you very much. To all of our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, across the globe, a very good morning and welcome to the beautiful city of Ipoh. This is the place, ladies and gentlemen, Perak, the land of grace. We thank you very much for coming here this morning. Selamat datang. 欢迎大家 早上好. Assalamualaikum saudara-saudari sekalian. Dan kita akan bersama-sama pada pagi ini, para sekalian. Today we have the presence of His Royal Highness Sultan Nazrin Muhyiddin Shah Ibni Almarhum Sultan Azlam Muhyiddin Shah Al-Maghfurullah, who will be joining us, the royal keynote address brought to you by Dodi Tuanku. And we hope today will be a sharing session for us to share and care, for us to network, for us to meet and greet in this great morning's conference. Thank you once again. Have a seat, relax yourself, and once the announcement on the arrival of Your Royal Highness is announced, please be upstanding as a mark of respect. Thank you very much.
maybe the hardest part is if if you teach, you have to live your teaching. You can't say you do not as I do, but do as I say. No. You have to say, I'm doing my best to live what I teach. I have a painting by Phoebe of a group that she calls Sister Suki's Funeral. And all the women, there are about 9 women, and they all look like women in my grandmother's prayer meeting group. So whenever
mengumumkan keberangkatan Duli Yang Maha Mulia Paduka Seri Sultan Perak Darul Ridwan bersama Duli Yang Amat Mulia Raja Dihilir Perak Darul Ridwan diiringi Yang Amat Berhormat Menteri Besar Perak Darul Ridwan, Pengerusi dan Naib Chancellor Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah serta Dev-Dev kenamaan. Para hadirin dipersilakan duduk. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Menghadap Duli Yang Maha Mulia Paduka Seri Sultan Perak Darul Ridwan, Sultan Nazrin Muhyiddin Shah, Ibni Almarhum Sultan Azlan Muhyiddin Shah Al-Maghfurullah. Ampun tuanku, beribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik bagi pihak penganjur, the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, WCIT, dengan penuh hormat dan takzimnya, merafak sembah menjunjung setinggi-tinggi kasih di atas limpah perkenan Duli Yang Maha Mulia Tuanku, sudi bercemar Duli berangkat ke majlis pada pagi yang penuh bermakna ini. Sesungguhnya keberangkatan Duli Yang Maha Mulia Tuanku amat besar ertinya kepada patik sekalian dan sudah tentu sekali akan menjadikan lagi majlis pada pagi ini. Menghadap Duli Yang Amat Mulia Raja Dihilir Perak Darul Ridwan, Raja Iskandar Zulkarnain, Ibni Almarhum Sultan Idris Afifullah Shah. Ampun tuanku, beribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik bagi pihak majlis dengan penuh hormat takzimnya, merafak sembah menjunjung kasih di atas kepangkatan Duli Tuanku ke Majlis Perasmian Persidangan Pemikiran dan Tamadun Islam Sedunia, the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization pada pagi ini. Ampun tuanku, patik mohon limpah perkenan Duli Yang Maha Tuanku untuk patik mengacarkan majlis ini dan turut mengalu-alukan kehadiran tamu yang lain serta meneruskan acara ini dalam bahasa Inggeris. The Honourable Datuk Seri Saharani Muhammad, the Right Honourable Menteri Besar of Perak Darul Ridwan, the Honourable Datuk Muhammad Zahir bin Abdul Khalid, Speaker of the Perak State Legislative Assembly, ex-officials of Perak Darul Ridwan, Datuk Khalid bin Haji Ahmad, Chairman of University Sultan Azlan Shah Usas Berhad, Tan Sri Professor Datuk Dr. Nordin bin Kadi, Vice Chancellor, University Sultan Azlan Shah, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, learned speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, we would like to begin this ceremony by thanking Almighty God for allowing us the golden opportunity to gather in this wonderful and meaningful opening ceremony for the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization with the rightful and impactful theme, Sharing Our Humanity. We would like to cordially welcome our distinguished guests from the federal and state government, distinguished and learned panelists, presenters, and last but not least, the delegates who have traveled far and near from all over the globe to be present here this morning. Selamat datang and a warm and rousing welcome to the beautiful, wonderful and enchanting state of Perak, Darul Ridwan. This is the 6th edition. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's offer ourselves a big clap as a welcome speech. Thank you very much. This is the 6th edition of the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, which is organized in collaboration with the state government of Perak. In addition, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to humbly thank the state government of Perak and our major sponsors for fully supporting this international conference. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to bless this ceremony, our guest reciter will be Putri Kalimatul Azwa Hamid, Malaysian's National Quran Recital Korea Champion 2020, who will now recite the Quran from Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 10 to 13. Our guest reciter, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنما المؤمنون إخوة فأصلحوا بين أخويكم واتقوا الله لعلكم ترحمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا يسخر قوم من قوم عسى أن يكونوا خيرا منهم ولا نساء من نساء عسى أن يكن خيرا ولا تلمزوا أنفسكم ولا تنابزوا بالألقاب بئس الاسم الفسوق بعد الإيمان ومن لم يتب فأولئك هم الظالمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن إن بعض الظن إثم ولا تجسسوا ولا يغتب بعضكم بعضا أيحب أحدكم أن يأكل لحم أخيه ميتا فكرهتموه واتقوا الله إن الله تواب رحيم يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم إنا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير صدق الله العظيم وبالله التوفيق السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Abu Tuanku, thank you very much once again to Putri Kalimatul Azad Hamid for the dua recitation. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived at the highlight of our ceremony today. It's a great pleasure to invite the Honorable Dato' Khalid bin Haji Ahmad, Chairman of University Sultan Azlan Shah, Ustaz Berhad, to entreat His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Darul Ridwan, Sultan Nazrin Muizuddin Shah, Ibni Al-Mahrum Sultan Azlan Muhibbuddin Shah Al-Maghfurullah, to grace this ceremony with His Royal Highness' keynote address and subsequently declare the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization to officially commence. Ampun Tuanku.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And a very good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be with you all this morning at the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, hosted by the university which bears the name of my dear father, the 34th Sultan of Perak, Al-Marhum Sultan Azlan Shah. This is a conference which has always held a particularly special place in my heart. It brings me great joy to return once again and to witness the continued flourishing of this Islamic university, known in Arabic as Jami'ah Azlaniyah. Not least through the hosting of prestigious international conferences such as this one, this institution is growing and thriving in an increasingly global context. And I hope it will continue to do so for many years to come. The return is especially joyful and also rather poignant this year because our gathering marks the first time the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization has been held since the COVID-19 pandemic. This conference was postponed, as you know, back in March 2020. Over the 2 years since that time, we have all experienced a long and difficult period of separation, isolation, and in many cases, loss. And yet, here we are, gathered together in person once again to reflect so very fittingly on the subject of sharing our humanity. Since this conference first met 10 years ago, the organizers have deserved praise year on year for selecting topics of urgent and timely relevance to humankind the world over, from global peace to securing the future. Sharing our humanity seemed an apt and important topic back in 2020. In the light of what has happened in our world since then, I believe its relevance, its urgency has only heightened. I would like to commend the organizers for their incredible foresight in selecting a conference theme which puts humanity absolutely center stage. We value it now more than ever. In speeches I have given in the past, I've often talked about how the most serious challenges facing our world today can be effectively summarized as the 3 P's. That is, prosperity, the planet, and its people. I have spoken about global poverty and about how Islamic finance might help to alleviate widespread hardship and destitution. I have discussed the pressing issue of climate change and the God-given responsibility bestowed upon all humankind to act as stewards of the earth. And I have spoken about the ever-growing refugee crisis, the thousands of people forced to flee their homes every day due to conflict and persecution, and the urgent need for Muslim-majority countries to reach out and help our displaced brothers and sisters. Given the theme being explored at this year's conference, it seems impossible for me not to dwell on this topic once again, but this time to address the 3rd P, that of people, as we come together to reflect on sharing our humanity. I have concentrated in previous speeches on the scale of the humanitarian crisis facing our world today, on the fact that the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees reports more displaced persons in the world now than at any time since the end of the Second World War. On the 27 million refugees in our world at this very moment, of whom more than 10 million come from Muslim-majority countries, a staggering 1/3 of the world's refugee population. These are grave and urgent realities from which we must not shy away. That there are so many displaced persons in our world today, that there are, for example, around 13 million refugee children, surely speaks to a failure of humanity on an international scale. We, the world as a whole, and especially the Muslim world, need to do better at showing and sharing our humanity in order to offer homes and hope to those who find themselves tragically without either. I have every faith that this conference, this gathering of engaged and brilliant minds, will succeed in pushing the dialogue ahead and identifying new strategies to deal with this most pressing crisis. In what remains of my speech today, however, I would like to take the opportunity to reflect on our conference theme and on that third P of people from a slightly different perspective. Because offering much needed homes to displaced persons is only one of the ways in which we can, indeed we must, work harder to share our humanity. For me, this year's theme is also an invitation to reflect on important questions of diversity, tolerance, and multiculturalism. To consider what happens next after that first welcome has been extended, as people of different backgrounds, cultures, religions, and creeds learn to live together in one nation. I spoke at this conference several years ago about the two important Islamic values of trust, amanah, and inclusivity. That is precisely to learn to live together by not merely tolerating, but by truly accepting the other, by showing mercy, what the ulama call ta'ayush. I want to emphasize the significance of these values once again this year because they remind us that sharing our humanity, accepting and reaching out to those who may differ from us, is enshrined at the very core of our Muslim faith. An important Quranic verse reads, "O humankind, indeed we have created you from one man and one woman and made you into different races and nations so that you may recognize one another." As Muslims, we are enjoined to explore the similarities that unite us, not to fixate on the differences that would drive us apart. And this belief in humanity's essential oneness, I should note, is emphasized in the Christian Bible as well. For by one Spirit are we all baptized into one body. How apt that this message of unity should be shared across different faiths as well. I am proud that the essential Islamic values of tolerance, inclusivity, and kinship have long thrived here in Malaysia. Since the declaration of the Rukun Negara in 1970, Malaysia has been recognized internationally as a country that celebrates the unity and togetherness of its diverse peoples. In 2008, for instance, the United Nations agency, UNESCO, named Georgetown and Malacca as World Heritage Sites, lauding them as, and I quote, exceptional examples of multicultural trading towns in East and Southeast Asia, unquote, and commending their almost 500-year histories of intercultural dialogue and exchange. Malaysia is a country which, I am proud to say, speaks up to 137 living languages and celebrates a wide range of festivals, including the Hari Raya Aidilfitri, Deepavali, Christmas, Chinese New Year, Wesak, Thaipusam, and many more Hari Rayas with characteristic enthusiasm and vibrancy. The country has often been hailed as a multicultural success story. And I am not alone in ardently believing that our multicultural achievement is absolutely fundamental to our economic prosperity and continued growth. As a firm believer in the virtues and value of diversity, I am deeply saddened and more than a little worried by the way in which words like multiculturalism, diversity, and tolerance have been weaponized in the culture wars of global political discourse today. We are living in an era of mistrust, of exclusion, the very inverse of the Islamic values I highlighted earlier. In countries formerly celebrated for their progressive, inclusive stances, waves of populism have spread hatred, discord, and discontent. Ethnic and religious minorities are increasingly blamed and pushed out when countries go through times of hardship or difficulty. Citizens the world over are becoming less willing, in short, to share their humanity. To me, this pervasive change in attitude towards multiculturalism is nothing short of a tragedy. It is a tragedy, of course, because it sows seeds of division within countries, which can easily break out into violent conflict, leading to the mass displacement of individuals and the refugee crisis I spoke about earlier. But it is a tragedy too, because of what we stand to lose when we reject and deny cultural diversity. Without multiculturalism, I believe our world becomes infinitely poorer. Different backgrounds, different faiths, different ethnicities, we all have so much to gain and learn from one another, as the Quran enjoins. As the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam encourages in a popular saying from the Hadith, seek knowledge even unto a foreign country like China. How then might we measure and demonstrate the immense value of multiculturalism so as to push back against the rising tide of populism and the exclusion and rejection of difference? How do we encourage those who are perhaps suspicious of diversity to appreciate the incredible benefits that arise when we have, to quote a certain John Lennon song I mentioned once before at this conference, all the people sharing all the world? Well, there are a few metrics of cultural diversity which quantify not only the number of different ethnic groups within a society or country, but also the extent of their integration. The Sterling model, for example, combines measurements of variety, balance, and disparity to assess the diversity of cultural expression. Other social scientists have taken measures of ethnic, linguistic, and religious fractionalization within countries to demonstrate that ethnic fractionalization is a significant predictor of economic performance. The success of cultural integration on a national scale has been assessed according to a variety of indicators, including access to the labor market, education, political participation, and housing and social services, using data from population surveys and censuses. In short, we have an abundance of data and many ways of using it to demonstrate the extent of multiculturalism as well as its various outcomes. But, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if numbers are, after all, the most effective medium for understanding and communicating the incredible value of multiculturalism. Because I believe that we feel the benefits of diversity in our societies, not through figures and statistics, but in real stories, experiences, and shared human encounters. So before I conclude my speech today, I would like to share, in turn, a few specific examples which I believe help us to comprehend the richness that emerges when we share our humanity. My first example comes from over 700 years ago and concerns the court of Kublai Khan, ruler of the Mongol Empire and later Emperor of China in the 13th century. The Mongol Empire is known to have been relatively tolerant of religious difference, and as such, Kublai Khan appointed many Muslim governors to high-ranking positions in his court and patronized many Muslim scholars and scientists. Among them was Jamal al-Din, a Persian astronomer who helped to develop 7 new instruments that greatly progressed the study of astronomy in general, and in particular, allowed for the correction of the Chinese calendar. in a university setting, such as that in which we are gathered today, this tale of productive, intercultural knowledge exchange seems especially apt. More than 7 centuries ago, collaborations between people from different faith backgrounds were advancing human learning and leading to mutually beneficial developments to science and culture. This is surely the goal to which all institutions of learning should aspire even today. Indeed, it seems fitting to note here that one of the conference sub-themes is Nusantara Islam, a form of Islam which, as you will know, developed in the Malay archipelago from the 16th century onwards. This unique tradition of Islam is another example of the way in which Islam has peacefully and productively coexisted with Chinese and also Indian cultural influences for many centuries. It is characterized by tolerance, inclusion, and compassion, and I am delighted to see it highlighted for exploration in the context of this conference. My second example of the fruits of multiculturalism concerns perhaps the most joyful and vital manifestation of cultural exchange that exists. I am, of course, talking about food, good food. At the most immediate level, sharing a meal with others is a means of extending a welcome, an act of kindness, an offer of friendship, the start of a conversation and fellowship, what the ulama call sohbah. Over the longer term, meanwhile, a nation's cuisine offers an insight into its history of multiculturalism and cultural exchange. Take, for instance, the curry laksa, a noodle dish popular here in Malaysia. This dish is a fusion of culinary influences from the 3 main ethnic groups in Peninsular Malaysia: Chinese noodles, Indian curry, and Malay herbs and spices. With many different varieties now enjoyed throughout the country, including by the millions of tourists from all over the globe who visit us every year, laksa represents our rich history of sharing between different cultures, and it goes on being shared. Recently, I have also come across wonderful stories of refugees from Syria setting up hugely successful restaurants in their new hometowns, including in London. Syrian cuisine is becoming more and more popular in the United Kingdom. For example, with food serving both as the celebration of a culture and as a bridge between communities, encouraging dialogue and integration. There is perhaps no hard data to prove that the quality of a country's cuisine is directly proportional to its cultural diversity. But anyone who has ever experienced the bustle and excitement of a vibrant street food market, or luxuriated over a long meal with friends, will know that this is undoubtedly one of the most important ways in which we share our humanity. And I think we are even more conscious of that following the isolation of lockdown. No wonder our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says in a famous hadith, "Afshus salam wa at'imu ta'am." Spread peace and goodwill by sharing food. Finally, I would like to mention a quite astounding example of the fruits of multiculturalism from another part of the world, which has a special place in my heart. In Oxford, the city where I studied as an undergraduate, there is a school today called the Oxford Spires Academy, whose students speak over 30 languages in around 50 dialects. Around 20% of its students are white British, with the remaining 80% representing an incredible array of cultural backgrounds, including Nepalese, Brazilian, Tanzanian, Lithuanian, and even Korean. Many of the students are refugees, whether from conflict or from poverty, from countries including Kosovo, Somalia, Afghanistan, and Syria. All of them have incredible stories to tell of homelands and journeys, of families and memories, of former challenges and current ones. And telling their stories is precisely what they have done. With support from the school's writer-in-residence, the pupils from this institution have written poems about their experiences, now published in a collection called England, Poems from a School. In this collection, one young student yearning for Myanmar sits side by side with another's memories of Poland. They write vividly, beautifully, and movingly about the countries they have loved and the losses they now feel. For instance, one student from Syria writes, and I quote, "Can anyone teach me how to make a homeland? Heartfelt thanks if you can. Heartiest thanks from the house sparrows, the apple trees of Syria, and yours very sincerely, Aminah Abu Karej, 13 years old." Another writes, and I quote, "I have divided my heart, and half of it is still in Syria. When the sun shines in Syria, the warmth flowers in my cheek, and when the sun sets there, my heart remembers shadows and the closing of flowers." Muhammad Asaf, 12 years old. These poems, written by children sometimes no older than 12 or 13, seem to encapsulate so very poignantly so much of what I have been speaking about this morning. They are poems born out of turmoil and unrest and the mass displacement of millions of people and refugees worldwide. But they are also voices of unique, talented individuals, of humans reaching out and sharing their stories in a way that I believe has the potential to enrich all humankind. Over the period of this conference, scholars, researchers, and practitioners will share their contributions on the conference sub-themes, including integrity and good governance, economic models of stability and sustainability, and geopolitics and global security. I have no doubt that those of us gathered in this hall today have the potential to make great headway in addressing all of the challenges facing our world today. Those 3 Ps, which I have spoken about a number of times in the past. But as we come together again after a long period of separation, it is that 3rd P of people that I particularly wanted to emphasize today. People, not just as a mass problem to be saved or to be solved, but as humans, as gifted, fascinating, endlessly surprising individuals with so much to offer and to share. I passionately believe that our lives are all the richer when we embrace diversity and difference, when we open our doors, our hearts, and our minds to others in need. As a certain song, which I am told may be featuring in this conference, puts it, we are the world, we are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. That's a choice we are making. We are saving our own lives. Indeed, we are saving our own lives, making all of our lives, you and me, better, safer, fuller, and all the more joyful when we live according to the principles of tolerance and inclusion. And so, as we embark upon hours of engaging, productive discussion, of sharing, I will leave you with a final thought from that same song. Send them your heart so they know that someone cares. After all, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Thank you.
Ampun tuanku, majlis menjunjung setinggi kasih duli tuanku. Ampun tuanku, the royal keynote address delivered by His Royal Highness Sultan of Perak, emphasizing on Islamic values, tolerance, mercy, kinship, multiculturalism, and other values via sharing and humanity. And the most important 3rd P, the people, and we are the world. Ampun tuanku, parti sekalian menjunjung setinggi kasih duli tuanku. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please be informed the next program will be the distinguished session, which will commence now. With the modernization of the globalized world, the distinguished royal session will be conducted and presented in two different mediums of communication. The communication will be two speakers via physical face-to-face presentation and two more speakers which will be joining us via Zoom online. May I invite on stage right now our two speakers. He is the former ambassador of Japan to Malaysia and former special advisor on national security, Dr. Makio Miyagawa, and Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of France in Malaysia, Madame Virginie Biotto. Could you all please present yourself onto the stage, please? Thank you very much. Please proceed to the stage. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Our first speaker will be joining us direct from the Republic of Indonesia. He is the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, right now joining us via Zoom online from Jakarta. Please help me to welcome His Excellency Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wabihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya wa din. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin. Sayyidina wa habibina wa maulana wa syafi'ina Muhammadin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amma ba'd. Good morning and warmest greeting to you all. And thank you for inviting me to the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilizations 2022. Ampun Tuanku. His Royal Highness Sultan Nazrin Muizuddin Shah Ibni Almarhum Sultan Azlan Muhibbuddin Shah Al-Maghfurlah Sultan of Perak Darul Rizwan. Thank you for your speech. I am very, very inspired by your speech. Ampun Tuan. Honorable speakers, Chairman of Board of Directors of USAS, Mr. Tan Sri Professor Dr. Noor Azlan Ghazali, former Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia, His Excellency Dr. Makio Miyagawa, and Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of France in Malaysia, Madame Virginie Biotto, merci beaucoup. All guests and participants, including my very good friend, Datuk Noni Razi, who invited me to the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilizations. First of all, I would like to apologize because I was supposed to attend in person, but last minute I had to attend this by virtual from Jakarta, Indonesia. It is such a great honor for me to be able to address the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilizations 2022 virtually. Alhamdulillah wa syukrulillah. Salawat and salam always to the Prophet Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. The world's current condition is now getting more complicated than ever, as indicated by the era of VUCA, what we call volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Despite the fact that many people continue to struggle about the severity of the global problems, therefore, taking even the smallest steps to address this issue would be critical before it is too late. And therefore, I congratulate the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilizations as a solutions to present to the world that is badly in need of tolerance, and harmonizations among the people, the planet, and prosperity. And we add the other two P's of peace and partnership. We at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy have taken a step laid out by the United Nations that would be vital in shaping the future of humanity, as well as tackling the world problems. People, planet, prosperity, partnership, and peace would be as interrelated and plays an equal role to hold the fabric of humanity, both on its survival and sanity. Islam as rahmatan lil alamin, whereby we are given benefits to all mankind, to people, to planet, prosperity, partnership, and peace, as encapsulated by the Sustainable Development Goals, not only for just several countries to implement, but for all countries who still wish to see the future with bright outlook, optimistic. فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا إِنَّ مَعَ الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا. That is what we have been taught, whereby after great challenges, there will be opportunities. So therefore, we have to be optimistic. Sustaining the fabric of humanity and achieving the SDGs, one thing that comes to my mind is through multilateralism. Or we heard from the keynote just now, multiculturalism. Multilateralism plays a significant role in ensuring countries to implement and achieve targets that have been agreed by the SDGs agenda in 2030. One of the recent examples is the upcoming G20 presidency, whereby the summit will be held in Bali in less than 1 month. Consisting of the 20 largest economies in the world, Indonesia has shown its commitment by leading the Forum for Peace and Prosperity through 3 priority areas: global health architecture that we would like to strengthen, sustainable energy transitions to green economy, and digital transformations that would be inclusively creative. In the tourism sectors, the Tourism Working Group of the G20 have welcomed the G20 Bali Guidelines, which consist of policy recommendations for tourism recovery efforts, whereby we have the 3 pillars of Hablum Minannas, Hablum Minallah, as well as Islam as Rahmatan lil Alamin. The pillars of Bali Guidelines consist of 5 pillars covering 5 priority areas, which focus on empowering community and micro, small, medium enterprises. The guideline is comprehensive. Human capital, jobs, skills, entrepreneurships, and educations led by private sectors to improve, whereby human capital would be key through training and mentoring programs. Bridging the innovations gap, strengthening the linkages between tourism and the creative economy through digitalizations. Next, women and youth empowerment, where the implementations of equal opportunity and non-discrimination principles. Fourth, climate actions. We're reinforcing bonds between environmental conservations as well as different part of the economies, whereby opportunities in the circular economy widely being available. And the final pillar is the policy governance and investment frameworks to integrate tourism policies with other key national policy priorities. Next, we also just held the World Conference on Creative Economy, whereby the Bali Roadmap 2022 is creating a more inclusively creative global recovery. The WCCE is one of the biggest events leading to the G20, is the primary event whereby creative economy thinkers and thought leaders in the world have represented from 65 countries and international organizations. It is designed to lead the international community to have discussions and commit to any actions for improvement. We are very delighted whereby hopefully in the form of G20, the countries would be able to discuss how peace, prosperity, and people, as well as the planet and partnership, could be adopted in the Bali Roadmap. We understand this is a tough time geopolitically, and the greater context of global humanity and creativity is at center stage. We are really focusing on how, through these joint collaborations and the World Conference on Islamic Thoughts and Civilizations would be badly needed to also steer the international community as we embrace the ASEAN chairmanship for 2023. Right now, the values and the propositions to the world carried out a crucial role, whereby we are including the aspect of creative economy to create a harmonious cooperations, implementing plans for development. Through innovations, adaptations, and collaborations, we believe that this will be the way forward on a connected cycle. Recover together and recover stronger becomes more important than ever. We are ready to support the convergence by looking at such possibilities to create humanity converge. How we could recover with the concept of Baldatun Toyibatun Warabun Gofur, to recover together and recover stronger and recover better. In closing, I would like to thank you for the invitations, as we need to understand the survival of humankind will depend on how collective bright minds, the future ahead, to discuss moving forward by being benevolent to each other and then playing a crucial role in applying the visions, how that Islam as rahmatan lil alamin, whereby tolerance, harmony, as well as brotherhood could be implemented, and we are ready to invite global community to have discussions and development regarding humanity converge. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. I thank you. Warido wal inayah. Wallahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jutaan terima kasih. Many thanks to His Excellency Dr. Sadiaga Salahuddin Uno, live there online from Jakarta. He is the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, our first speaker. We'd like to continue by inviting our second speaker, Yokoso Yorashai Mase Miyagawa-san. Very good morning to you. Former Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia and former Special Advisor on National Security Japan. Let's welcome our speaker onto the rostrum on your left, Dr. Makio Miyagawa-san.
Your Royal Highness, Sultan Nazrin Muhyiddin Shah, the Sultan of Perak Darul Rizwan, honorable speakers, all guests and participants of the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, good morning. I'm very happy to be able to come to Perak, my most favorable town when I was in, I remember very clearly when I was in Malaysia. Having spent more than 6 years in the as a Japanese ambassador to Malaysia, I feel deeply nostalgic for this country and the people. Strict corona restrictions on both sides have isolated myself from this wonderful country so long that I thought that I had already been forgot. So you would realize how pleased and honored I am to be invited to this World Conference. Well, as the Indonesian minister, I could have attended this conference through online, but I am immensely grateful to the University Sultan Azlan Shah for offering me airfares. And I really feel like tasting curry laksa this afternoon to enjoy the multiplicity and multiracialism of Malaysia. Nice country, thank you. The title of the distinguished session is Humanity Converged. The annotated agenda puts it that political, security, health, food, and environmental crises would guide humanity converged. Well, COVID was one of the most serious crises. So the theory goes, and theory should go, that it must have made human race converge. But nevertheless, the reality seems a little different. And during the challenging 2.5 years in which the coronavirus swept the globe, the world has been divided, rather not converged. So therefore, after having heard a very encouraging engagement of Islamic society to create conversion, I therefore hesitate to speak the stark reality of division and confrontation, but as it is my duty, I would continue to explain what world is moving forward. So nonetheless, the reality seems different, and I think in the early days of corona infection, international cooperation in the fight against coronavirus has been lackluster. You may recall the situation in the early days. Each government strived to secure the provision of necessary medicine and to mobilize medical equipment and personnel for the purpose of rescuing as many infected citizens as possible in its own country. There has not been much room of supporting each other. International vital assistance efforts, often seen during large-scale disasters, were also very few in early days. The US, though often playing a leading role, did not demonstrate big leadership. The G7 leaders, including Japan, who stressed the need for the international cooperation in the video conference in March 2020, failed to agree on specific cooperative measures. And even European Union, the leading regional cooperative organization, struggled between domestic measures and regional collaboration. Mrs. von der Leyen lamented at the European Parliament, saying that when Europe really needed an all-for-one spirit, too many initially gave an only-for-me response. She continued, when Europe really needed to prove that this is not a fair weather union, too many refused to share their umbrella. Well, China also made a full use of authoritarian regime in imposing severe lockdown guaranteeing measures upon their citizens, but if its government had reported the outbreak to the world far more swiftly, the whole world could have dealt with this virus proliferation in much closer cooperation. And Africans living in Guangzhou province in China were either, you remember, banned from their homes for days by the police or forced out of hotels to sleep on the streets. So let me start from the global economic problem. In the midst of the corona crisis, the economic policy management of each country prioritized securing its individual interests, resulting in a failure in proper global macroeconomic policy coordination. For instance, each country implemented monetary easing measures to increase liquidity as a countermeasure against COVID-19 to avoid economic contraction. Although the scale varied from country to country, this has been gradually and quietly pushing up interest rates. And while the global growth rates remained relatively low, high interest rates may have driven down prices of stocks, bonds, and properties. Amid the extraordinary pandemic circumstances, broke out, as you know, Ukraine war, which has pulled the world economies into even more compelling situation. Whether or not Russia, President Putin intentionally seized this timing for embarking wars when the world was seriously in corona trouble should be an interesting subject for future researches. As seen above, even in the face of global economic crisis, countries around the world have not necessarily stepped up cooperation and shown convergence. So I have wondered again if crises would lead automatically humanity converged. Well, the situation is even worse in the field of security. Interestingly, the conference paper I received provided two juxtaposed sentences. One sentence reads, "Geopolitics tends to serve the interests of the national security of a particular nation, sometimes at the expense of greater global security." This is one sentence. The other sentence reads, "Moves to reach individual nation to attain its national security presupposes the prior establishment of global security." Well, generally, global security provides greater guarantees of national security for each single country. But even in the absence of global security, one single country can attain and will try to attain its national security although sometimes in a modest scale, at the expense of the security of others. Well, two sentences sound contradictory, but this is an example of the famous prisoner's dilemma case in mathematics. The topic I will discuss in this session is the following recognition about our world at present and in the future from the national security point of view. After World War II, the world is divided into three areas, three ages, and now the world entered the third era, a new era of confrontation. And the new era confrontation differs from US-Soviet Cold War era. Third, the world is now deeply divided, and the third world, now called Global South, is standing in the middle, feeling uneasy in taking sides with either of the two blocs. the function of the international institutions for the peaceful settlement of disputes has again become paralyzed. And as typified by the war in Ukraine, the confrontation could escalate into more serious conflicts, including armed conflicts. However, a solution by force would cause greater damage and harm economically and politically to both sides and the whole world. Therefore, mankind should contemplate what must be done and how to prevent and reverse the negative spiral to leave the better world for our future generations. And these are the topics I would like to perhaps a little more elaborate a little further. First, the post-World War II period, which spans nearly 80 years, can be divided into three periods, as I said. The US-Soviet Cold War period from 1947 to 1989. The second is the age of global cooperation from 1989 to nearly in the middle of 2010s. And as you know, the Cold War began in 1947 when Prime Minister Winston Churchill made a very famous statement in Fulton, Missouri, in the United States. He said, quote, "From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent, and behind that line lie all the capitals of ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe," unquote. And the world was divided into East and West. Nuclear weapons rapidly increased on both blocs, and there was a fear that the human race could be wiped out in the next World War. So when the Berlin Wall was torn down in 1989, the world celebrated the freedom from this fear. And in 1989, the second era began. The spirit of cooperation spread through the world as embodied in three concrete outcomes. One, international organizations, especially the United Nations, began to perform their expected functions. Two, the WTO expanded its membership to embrace countries all over the world, including Russia and China, let alone Eastern Central European countries and developing nations. Furthermore, the WTO acquired a new mechanism of settling trade disputes, providing the world with a way to avoid the danger of trade disputes developing into state-to-state fierce quarrels. Three, regional cooperation has progressed. European Union expanded its membership, lowered national borders and barriers, and formed a large common market. In Asia too, the framework for regional cooperation has progressed, centering ASEAN, and a similar regional cooperation has developed in other parts of the world, South Asia, Middle East, Latin America, and Africa. However, over the past few years, again, the world has transformed and new era of confrontation began to unfold. The new era of confrontation is not a simple return to US-Soviet Cold War era, but has revealed several distinctive characteristics. First, the era of US-Soviet confrontation had not developed into a hot war till the end, fortunately, but there is no guarantee that the new era of confrontation could remain likewise. Second, the opponent of US is not Russia, but China this time. The third, Europe used to be the main theater of the confrontation, but the main theater in the new confrontation is in our region, East Asia and Western Pacific. Fourth, during the US-Soviet Cold War, strategic equilibrium between the two superpowers the balance of terror narrowly helped prevent armed conflict, but in this new main theater, East Asia and Western Pacific, equilibrium is tilted, heading towards a dangerous direction, both in conventional and nuclear sphere. The war in Ukraine vividly displayed a worrisome hallmarks of this new confrontation era as it lowered the threshold of using armed forces. I think I should quite frankly express and predict that our world is heading towards an era of dark confrontation. However, as I mentioned, humanity has overcome many challenges in its long history, and mankind has not always been pessimistic, but has strived to create a world full of hope. So we can, and we should, in our generation, not to leave the world in such a messy state of confrontation. What can we do? The followings are 4 suggestions out of my humble thoughts, and let me conclude my presentation by stating them. The first, regrettably speaking, striking the balance of power is still very important. Ancient lesson preaches us that when the balance of power is lost, the danger of armed conflict erupts. This is a stark reality. And one example was that when the Soviet intermediate-range nuclear missiles posed a threat to Europe in the late 1970s, NATO deployed US intermediate-range missiles in Western Europe, attempt to strike a balance, and then negotiating successfully to reach a mutual elimination agreement. This is a very successful case, but without the effort to strike a balance, this agreement wouldn't have been reached. Still, critics argue that armed buildup may induce spiral increase. And truly, the sophistication of defensive weapons encourage further development of offensive weapons, and both advance in a positive correlation with the development of science and technology. And many sages stressed the danger of this spiral, and Mahatma Gandhi, who advocated non-resistance with Tolstoy, was an extraordinary practitioner in the modern times. However, there are also many intellectuals who point out that if one side rapidly builds up its armament and the other side naively continues disarming, the imbalance lowers the threshold for the use of force for the stronger and provokes armed conflicts. Will unilateral disarmament effort by a single country achieve its goal to bring about peace? One needs to learn from the history, and I would assume that strengthening defense capabilities by the weaker side is not for waging war, but for preventing war. Second, the rule-based dispute settlement mechanism is still very important. Involvement from or evolving from the barbaric rules of the jungle-based dispute settlement practice, humankind has developed a civilized mechanism for rule-based peaceful settlement of disputes among states in accordance with international law. However, the mechanism still retains flaws. The referral to the International Court of Justice requires the consent of both parties to the dispute. And there are many cases in which parties aware of the legal basis for its claim is weak, do not give consent. We have faced so many cases of such kind. And for states that do not comply with the court judgment, once the court offered the verdict, the UN Security Council can now decide on the measures necessary to implement the judgment. But again, however, if a permanent member of the Security Council or its friends is the defendant, its veto makes the judgment unenforceable. Reform of the United Nations is still very long overdue. Third, strengthening regional cooperation. In cases where the function of the international organizations are paralyzed, regional cooperation mechanisms should be strengthened to play its role. Asian countries have tended to hesitate to make such efforts, believing that they cannot build security on its own. But in this new era of confrontation, where the main theater of confrontation has moved to our region, some nations in Asia should mobilize their brain and minds and make a firm determination to defend peace and stability in our region. Lastly, I would stress the importance of the role of ASEAN. As I repeated, the front line of the confrontation is in this in this area, East Asia. ASEAN nations are somewhat aloof from the blazing front line, but they are not situated far from it and are poised to catch the fire if war breaks out. I have high hopes for ASEAN and ASEAN member countries, particularly Malaysia, initiating to play roles for alleviating confrontation in this region. Over the last half a century, ASEAN has skillfully managed what one calls a sport shirt diplomacy to strengthen solidarity, deepen cooperation, and expand wings. Their hospitality spirit has fantastic, treating outside rough powers, including Japan and US or China, very well, and often even tamed them politely, ushering them one after another to become dialogue partners. ASEAN has exhibited brilliant and crafty diplomacy. TAC is a very small step, but it is proof that ASEAN has already started moving forward. I earnestly hope that the spirit and tradition of ASEAN could first provide venues for reviving dialogues amongst confronting countries. Second, could pave the way for easing tensions even between the major powers, as they are both ASEAN dialogue partners. And thirdly, could create opportunities for resuming cooperation in this region, the epicenter of confrontation. My home country, Japan, cannot play that role, unfortunately. Japan is a part of the group of 7 and is, and above all, an ally of the United States. We are standing on one side. What Japan can do is to help to create and shape the balance of power in the region. Well, keep the balance in a balance so that balance does not go unbalanced. It's like, can you, can I, can. The above prescriptions are only a tip of the iceberg. And concluding my remarks, let me reiterate my utmost gratitude for giving me such an opportunity to speak to you directly, in person, allowing me to revisit Malaysia, my very fond with my whole fond memories. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Domo arigato gozaimasu from Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia and former Special Advisor on National Security Japan for the very informative and detailed presentation. Thank you, sir. From Jakarta, Indonesia, we zoom and roam to the other part of the planet, and right now reaching Cambridge, Massachusetts in USA. Joining us online from Harvard University, he's the Chairman, Board of Directors, University Sultan Azlan Shah, Director, Institute Pembangunan dan Kemajuan Inklusif Malaysia, Minda UKM. Ladies and gentlemen, the third presenter, presenting Tan Sri, Datuk Sri Dr. Noor Azlan Ghazali, online from Harvard University.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Menghadap Duli Yang Maha Mulia Paduka Seri Sultan Perak Darul Rizwan Sultan Nazrin Muwaizuddin Shah Ibni Almarhum Sultan Azlan Muhibbuddin Shah Al-Maghfurullah. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik dengan penuh hormat dan takzimnya merafak sembah, menjunjung setinggi-tinggi terima kasih di atas limpah perkenan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku sudi bercema duli berangkat ke majlis pada pagi ini yang penuh bermakna. Sesungguhnya keberkatan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku amat besar artinya pada patik sekalian dan sudah tentu sekali akan menyerikan lagi majlis pada pagi ini. Menghadap Duli Yang Amat Mulia Raja Dihili Perak Darul Rizwan Raja Iskandar Zulkarnain Ibni Almarhum Sultan Idris Afifullah Shah. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik memohon limpah perkenan duli-duli tuanku untuk patik meneruskan sembah ucapan patik dalam bahasa Inggeris. Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Sarani Muhammad, Menteri Besar Perak, His Excellency and distinguished speakers for these royal sessions, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce the subject that I would like to share this morning. Rethinking development, make it more human. A subject that we probably rarely talk about, a subject that probably we've been taking for granted for many years, long before this. And also allow me to be a bit more candid in my presentation. Being an economist, definitely I will need a lot of charts, but it will make more sense to what the ideas that I would like to share here. Okay, let's move next. I'm wearing 4 caps here, being a chairman of the board of directors of University Sultan Azlan Shah. I would like to congratulate Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Nordin, the Vice Chancellor, as well as all the team organizing for this conference. I'm also talking on behalf of the Minda UKM. And I draw a lot of experience for the last 2.5 years on my involvement with the Economic Action Council. And currently, I'm now for about 2 months already here in Cambridge as a Fulbright Scholar at Kennedy School. Let's move next. This is probably the most challenging things that I would like to put up here. And this is a new world map that I have gathered out of being 2 months here. I know it looks very strange. Probably many of you will feel that what is this actually all about? It depends on how we look at the world actually. Let's move next. This is something that we are familiar with. When we look at the world map, I think from our primary school, we've been introduced to this map. This is very much geographical locations of how the countries are being arranged in the world. But there are many other ways of looking at the world today, which will take me to the subject that I would like to discuss. Let's go next. When we plot the world according to the populations, suddenly the bulging part of the world appears on the east. China, India, the two countries taking about 36% of the world population. If we bring Africa all together, it will be about 54%. And you can see on the map that some parts of the world, Australia, for example, almost disappear. America look a bit thinner, and similarly to the European countries. And if we look at the distribution, the world's population, about 52% actually are located in countries that have a low income or the lower middle income. Let's see where the economies are generated. Now, let's move next. When we look at the economy, the world map changed. Suddenly, the bulging part now is on the west. US and Canada contribute about 26%. If we bring in European, as well as China, Japan, and Korea, easily 62% of the economy are coming from this region. And surprisingly, where the worlds are most populated, if you look at Africa, now becomes so skinny. Imagine that the population, 53% of the population is located in the low middle income and low income, but yet the economy are generated is only about 10% coming from where the most populated region in the world. We start to see that managing the world economy will require us to think about the rest other than just ourselves. Let's look at where are the poor. Let's move next. This is the map of the poor. Again, it seems like the ratios down there are basically the ratio of to the population of that particular region. It's very difficult to harmonize the measurements of poverty, but we can see that the most darkened area in the African countries, sub-Saharan countries, and also India and China, as well as part of Latin America, have a lot of poor people and very few people who are poor in the high income and the upper middle income country where the economy is generated. But interestingly, when we want to talk about the more human part of us in the development, are we happy? Let's look at happiness index. Move next. You'll be surprised now to see that income per se is not an assurance that you're going to be happy. So the question is, what is all about development? Is development about being rich? What I would like to share here is that richness, I mean, as measured by income, is not an assurance. But of course, you start to see Switzerland ranked very high. Then you move to the right, you see UK, Germany, Japan, Singapore, and interestingly, the United States in the range of 94 to 137. Of course, I would like to caution all the audience that there are a couple of measurements, these measurements of the planet happiness, a little bit more sweet into the sustainability on the green of the economy. And based on the latest that I've gathered here, Costa Rica ranked #1. I wonder if there's any audience here from Costa Rica. We would like to see how happy you are. But people in America are not that happy. And similarly, people in Europe as well. But interestingly, Malaysia is slightly happier than US actually. Malaysia's score is about 41.7 out of 100. But it seems like we are not that happy. But if you look at the lower bottom, the most unhappy people is actually in Qatar. It is very strange, isn't it? But I would like to again caution you that these measures are very much influenced on the directions of sustainability and so on. But bottom line, what we are seeing is that development, I mean, how do we gain, how do we define, the progress in our country, the progress of the world is very much, can be challenged. In many cases, we look into the income, but sometimes when we put up other measures, we see that things can be very different. I would like to bring you to Malaysia now. Let us go a bit more into Malaysia. Now, many have seen this. Malaysia has a couple of deep, since I focused on the last 30 years during the Vision 2020. And of course, what most importantly I would like to highlight here is that the growth momentum has declined. I mean, from 1990s of around 7.2% and all the way 4.6 and 4.0%. So in terms of growth momentum, this is a serious challenge for us. But across all, if we look at growth per se, Malaysia is growing quite not bad, 5.3% for the whole 30-year period. And let's look at income. I mean, this growth has translated into a progress in income. Every one of us are very familiar that Vision 2020, can you show the next slide, please? Vision 2020 is aiming at Malaysia to be a high-income nation. And over the last 30 years, we are able to close the gap of the income. Is the slide for the income is up? I can't, okay, all right. So the gap now is about 17%. Of course, I mean, if we assume that the trajectory of growth is positive and good for the next few years, the blue line, I believe, will definitely be able to catch up with the red line. But the challenge is that, will we be truly a high income, will be truly realizing the gain of being a high income nation? The syndrome of the nation is rich, but not me, or I am richer, but not happier, might be a big question that we need to ask. So in terms of defining the progress of our nation, probably we have to expand a bit more, just beyond income, looking into many other aspects of things, including some of the things that have been mentioned by Tita Yang Tuanku sebentar tadi. Now let's look about what's something which is probably will tell us a different story. I talk about growth, which is good. I talk about income, which is good. But let's go inside the box. This is the part that normally economists probably will not be sharing with many of you, but let me try to be candid on this. Can we move next? If we look at growth, Malaysia's growth, focus on the right side. We have, out of the so-called 13 states, only 4 states actually are the locomotive of Malaysian economy. Penang, Malacca, Johor, and Selangor. The one that stays on the upper quadrant on the right side. But the rest of the state, pretty much, I mean, in terms of income, they are behind national income, the median income. Of course, for the case of Perak, we have a good growth, but in terms of but somehow it does not filter into the income of the household. So at each quadrant, different strategies are needed. So when we declare the income is increasing, probably there are people who say that, no, I don't feel it. Let's move next. You can see that when we calculate the Malaysian median income, Department of Statistics will conduct this survey every 2 years. And you can see on the left, it looks good. But again, the moment you start to go inside the box of household income, you see that the same message appear again. Focus on the right-hand side charts, where all the triangle is showing the level of income. If you are below that, you are vulnerable. So populations, more than 50% of the population in all the states on the right side are actually within the category of vulnerable. So shocks like the pandemic, all these crises, bear in mind that the discussion now at the World Bank and IMF meeting, which is going on these last few days, are talking about the gloomy economy for the next couple of years. And imagine the vulnerability of the societies, especially for those who are living on the states on the right of Malaysia. So again, when we look at the macro numbers, it looks good, but the moment we go into a bit more micro, then we start to see more problems. Let's move next, very quickly. Every one of us are very familiar with this B40, M40, T20. Can see that the Malaysia's line of income is a bit downward, meaning that the majority of our income is actually falling at the low end. The pandemic recently has pulled down about 3 million households. This is almost about 41% of Malaysian households has been pushed down in terms of their income, and some of them are falling off to the lower income bracket. So this is a real challenge for Malaysia in terms of trying to make sure that the gain from development is being felt by everyone out there. That is the part where we talk about the human aspect of it. And the other part is the other two. I mean, these are some factual numbers that you can see in Malaysia. In Malaysia, interestingly, the structure of our economy, we are very much composed of small, medium enterprise. True enough that when the currency is depreciated, our export has increased. Can we move to the next slide, please? But who actually gained from this? To what extent that the gain from increase in export is filtering down to the about 66% of the workforce who are working at the the lower end, small, medium enterprise, and more so the micro enterprise. And these are the group of companies that basically decided whether the pockets of Malaysian are being filled up or not. And less than 10% of our exports are coming from these categories of micro enterprise. Again, growth might be reported, export might be increased, income might be increased, but people down there, the human aspect of it probably will say something else. And next, the other two, just a quick one. Again, recently it's been reported that unemployment has declined and inflation pretty much under control. But if you look carefully in terms of unemployment, especially in the case of about 600,000 plus are still remain unemployed. And for those who went to tertiary, who have a tertiary qualification, they are underemployed. And this problem is increasing years after years since mid-2000s. We start to see increase in terms of the underemployment. Again, the human aspect of it, I earn education, I become learned, but I'm not able to retrieve the gain from education. And with respect to inflation, true, inflation is relatively low, about 4+%. But if you look at the food inflation, it is near to 7%. And almost all the items out of altogether that is monitored by the Department of Statistics has recorded increase in prices. About 81.3% of the total numbers of items monitored has reported increase in it. So while the inflation as a whole seems to be low, but the moment we go into the houses, then we start to see that human aspect is crying to say that my life is very difficult. I'm not able to retrieve as much from all this gain that has been reported. Now, given all this, let me come to what probably can be done. Next. So we can skip this. These are some of the problems, structural issues that have been we pick up during the time of crisis when I was at the Economic Action Council. When we do the surveys and everything, we notice that most of these problems are not new. It is not because of COVID. It has been there for long. But yet we are not able to attend all of this to the end of it. So we hope that things, all this problem can be addressed a lot more. Let me move to the last part. Let's talk about the society. This is something that we need to realize in terms of making sure that the development are more humans in sense rather than just pure economics. Let's move next. The gain from development is that broadly people become smarter and richer, and the change in demography, younger and more urbanized, by itself has created a new society. Post-modernization society that really requires all government, I'm talking about the public policy, have to rethink about the way they do policies, the way they conduct their activities, the way they conduct the role of government. Post-modernization society demands engagement. They demand partnership. They want options. They want a role to be assigned to them, and they are requesting for more transparency. And these are all standard inherent problems that we are facing with the government in many places, not just Malaysia. Decisions are being made top down. Government do all things. Choices are not given, and responsibilities are not delegated, and not much of information is being shared. So this post-modernization society is actually coming to Malaysia. It's already there in Malaysia. What we are seeing is actually that post-modernization society are demanding the change in the way we do government. If we look at, can we move next? When we compare, for example, in terms of the obedience to the government, this is quite tricky. There are many government officers here, there are politicians here. Can we move next? Look at this survey. This is what we call as more respect for authority would be a good thing. In the old days, everything that government says is right. Today, when the government says something, when the government announces certain policies, there will be a lot more voices coming out to scrutinize every aspect of what the government is saying. And the utility, basically, to what extent that respecting or obeying the instructions or the authorities' order is declining as the income is increasing. You look on the right side, you see that the arrow goes downward. So all this basically demands a new way of doing government. We need to bring in more aspect of humans that get closer to the individual down there in terms of to make sure that the growth and development is being felt by every one of them. So I would like to propose a way of doing things. This is something quite recent that I pick up here at Harvard, where the new way of basically engaging the society. In Malaysia, we talk about shared prosperity and so on. Can we move next? Actually, the idea of shared has to be encompassing across all. We have to involve the public in ideation, in execution, in monitoring, and in evaluation, in a way that we are sharing the entire process of doing government. The days where top-down, government knows all, government do all, is over. And on the right side is basically a framework being worked here at Harvard at the Building State Capabilities Group, looking into a way forward in terms of designing policies, local solutions, for local problems, allowing people to try and also to iterate, try and learn, and to scale up different parts of nation, or even in the case of state. Each districts are different. We cannot treat them similarly. So we have to bring it down, all the way down. So no more, or at least less of things being decided in Putrajaya or in Ipoh. We need to bring down a bit more. So we need to change the way we do things. And therefore, we'll be able to bring everyone on board. And this is the spirit of the whole of nation approach, where everyone is involved in moving the nation. And hopefully by them being involved, the ownership, the participation, the satisfaction, the feel of being treated rightly, as instead of just being reported by all the macro numbers, can be addressed. Now, let's come back to the most basic numbers. Next, please. When we talk about the GDP, these quotations of Bob Kennedy way back in 1968 to me is very interesting. What we see here is that, I'm glad that Duli Yang Mulia Tangku mentioned about poetry, about poem and so on. It's being said here. For too much and too long, we have been, surrendered a lot of what we call as personal excellence and community values in mere of material things. There's a lot of things that is not being measured. There's a lot of things that's not being monitored. There's a lot of things that we reported actually are not useful for us. We miss out a lot of things that probably will not be able to, we cannot assign some dollar figures to it. So what we are measuring today, it measures everything except for things that makes life even worthwhile. This is a very serious thing that we need to look at, rethinking about government and to make sure that the progress is benefiting the human at large. Now, next, my last few slides. The human aspects are obviously missing. How do we measure? The way we measure, the way we plan, the way we execute, the way we report, and the way we cherish development. It seems like that human aspect is gradually missed out from the discussions today. Rethinking development, make it more human is very important, and it's good for us to explore into new measurement, a new way of planning the economy, new way of executing, meeting the needs of the so-called post-modernization society. But just a word of caution. Next. The ostrich effect. A lot of problems that we are seeing today is not new. I can verge to say that some of them we have already known and picked them up way back in 2000, more than 20 years. Unemployed graduates has been there since mid-2000. The issue of foreign workforce, the issue of connectivity, the issue of B40 and so on. But we hope that we will not fall trap into this ostrich effect, hiding their head in the sand, and when they're not seeing it, therefore, there's no problem that need to be attended. So we need to take out our head out of that sand and be real, look at the humans around us, what they are saying, what they are telling us are very important. Next. Well, I come back to the map, a very challenging map. It's very hard to tell what is this map is telling us. But since we are coming so near, let me reveal that to you. What is this map all about? Can you press next? This is actually the football champions since 1930. Now, you don't have to guess. Qatar 2022 is coming. Don't worry, you can go to Qatar, even though the Planet Happiness Index says Qatar is the lowest. In World Happiness Index, Qatar is number 29. But coming back to football, if you look the world map and you draw it based on who actually became the champion of football, the World Cup is dominated by only 8 countries out of 160 plus countries. Brazil, Germany, and Italy has won 4 times. So we look forward who's next in Qatar. So with that, thank you very much. And I hope that this discussion highlights some of the concerns with respect to the converging humans into our development program. Terima kasih dan menjunjung kasih Tuanku.
Ribuan terima kasih kepada Tan Sri, Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Azlan Ghazali online there from Harvard University, sir. Have a productive day. Thank you very much for joining us. We now move on to the last but not least, the speaker, who is the Charge d'Affaires Embassy of France in Malaysia. Excusez-moi, madame. Thank you very much. Comment allez-vous? Let's welcome Mrs. Virginie Bioto for the next speech.
Your Royal Highness, Sultan Nazrin Muhyiddin Shah, Ibn al-Marhum, Sultan Azlan Muhyiddin Shah al-Mahfouzla, Sultan of Perak, Darul Ridwan. Honorable speakers, Excellency Dr. Sandiaga Uno, Dr. Makio Miyagawa, Tantri Professor Dr. Nur Azlan Ghazali, honorable speakers and moderators, all guests and participants in this 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization. Thank you very much for inviting me on behalf of the French Embassy in Malaysia. I'm very honored and terribly impressed as well, as I've just arrived in Malaysia 2 months ago, and our ambassador has left for a new posting as head of the EU delegation in Moscow, which is quite a tough posting at a tough moment. But coming back to the theme of today, sharing our humanity and getting together, I think Roland Galarrague, as some of you may have known, will be a right person to try and figure out ways of understanding better, of finding words, and he's a real firm believer in dialogue and in values, and so I'm sure he'll be doing well. So I'm very honored, and I was really interested as well by the way Your Royal Highness put the very important piece of this conference, and I will have my the thematics I chose was more in humanity as human beings, but also as human inhabitants of the planet. And I think we have long defined our humanity by referring to mankind as the center of the universe. And it took us quite long to admit the universe wasn't actually revolving around us. And we were, as I put it, a fragment of infinity. There is a very known astrophysician called Trinh Xuan Tuan. He studied in France and then in the United States. And he wrote a very beautiful book called The Cosmos and the Lotus, and dealing with his scientific credentials and formation and his beliefs in Buddhism, saying that we were all made of the same materials as the stars, the same chemicals. And I wanted to insist on this because I think it's a way of rethinking our humanity as part of a whole. The history of humanity is at the same time a quest to understand and to control our environment. So we can first survive in this environment and then develop and expand as a species. But my purpose today is to open the reflection on the fact that maybe we have gone a little bit too far in this way. And today it is our very development which is putting at risk our environment and our very survival on this planet, maybe. As you are aware, last 28th of July, we had reached the day when we use all the resources that the planet is able to rebuild in a whole year, the limit of the planet. What this day is coming earlier and earlier every year. So I will go back and forth between our humanity as human beings and our what we owe our environment as well. In French and in English, the word humanity, when we put it in plural, has this broader meaning, the humanities, les humanités. We use it coming from the Latin word, studia humanitatis, and the study of all the knowledge gathered by mankind during centuries of exploring, and you've mentioned many of them. All along the historical period of Renaissance and before that, man has struggled to understand his environment, to know better the world, the place it occupies in the world, to know himself better. And this in this search of knowledge, we've been creating our education, and this university is an example, of course, of what mankind can do when you gather all the educational skills and all the knowledge of all the different people coming in together to have this kind of very interesting discussions and proposals and questioning of what we know and what we're trying to figure out. This development in France, but not only in France, of course, in all of our countries, developed along a pattern of going abroad, at least for France, big explorations of the world. And this was what this period and this word humanity referred to for me when I first thought about this conference. We've been exploring the world from China to Southeast Asia with this great Admiral Zhang He, the Portuguese people with Bartolomé Dias and coming through the Cape of Good Hope, Jacques Cartier going to the north of Canada. And we've also done it in a way of, again, gathering knowledge of our geographical environment, but getting into deep analysis and scientific collection of things. And I was thinking about Bougainville because he came to the South Pacific Islands and did this first French around the world trip. All these scientific discoveries are for us today a way of trying to convene our special place in the world. We are the species that is analyzing what's happening, what it can do to the planet. And because of that, some thinkers today think that here came the problem or the origin of the ecological crisis. Because we've put man in the center of everything, because we've sometimes given it too much importance over nature, the exaltation of the individual in some of our societies, then we think today that man has gone too far. And there is an interesting economist in France called Jean-Marc Jancovici. He's been working on carbon bilan. They're working also on very much on climate change, and he's been creating a shift association. I don't know if you've heard about it. And this shift association, shift project, wants human beings and our society, at least in France, to understand the impact we have on the environment and to be able to correct it when this impact is negative. And as civil servants in France, we now have trainings on these projects to try to understand better, and this was mentioned earlier by other people, all the actions that we, our states, are having, the impact of our decision-making in every area of government, of course, in the economics, of course, in the industry. This SHIFT project invites us to go back to maybe the theme of this conference. How do we converge? How do we converge not only as humans, but also how do we come back to our planet where we all came from? As I was thinking about this, I had a very nice image of the Museum the Museum of Natural Sciences in Paris, where we gather so much of our knowledge. And all of these studies and all of what we're doing in universities does help us understand better our role. For example, a few southern species were known in the mid-17th century, and we now identify more than 2 million. But we think it's only represents 20% of the total diversity of our planet. This is important to know because it makes us more humble in front of the richness of the creation and of our planet. And as diplomats, we're always very interested and eager to have cooperation on scientific and cultural themes. I've been posted in Mexico, and we've been working a lot on biodiversity with the Mexican counterparts. And I've been invited here as well. I know that all this cooperation with the universities helps us to get to a better understanding of each other, to share our knowledge, and the exchange that we're having with the Malaysian university, especially in Perak, do help us grow as human beings, grow as partners, help our economy develop, help for us to create jobs, but they do have an impact on this planet that we really need to take into account more. And just sharing with you, the younger generations in France are very aware of that, and not only in France, aware that they want to learn more, they want to develop as young adults and to have responsibilities and to be able to live a life like we have. But they have this sense of emergency, this sense of responsibility, a sense of how can this last? Will we still be able to enjoy the same beauties that we are enjoying now? Are we still be able to, just go and travel abroad, visit other countries, invent new technologies, or are we at a turning point? And I think we are at a turning point. We've had many philosophers since the Enlightenment, and I was reading a French philosopher, a recent one called Joël Zasque, and insisting on the importance for her of returning as being guardians of our planet. And I think our planet really needs it, and you've mentioned it earlier as well. Lately, we've seen a third of Pakistan underwater, more than 140,000 dead people, the same amount injured, millions in emergency situations. In the Horn of Africa, the worst drought in 40 years. In the humanity, one half of humanity is now living in a zone of climate danger. In France, for example, the fires have been the worst ever seen for ages. And they've left a devastated landscape, but also an open way for thinking about the way, for example, we're using our forests, or we plant them, or we take care of them. Joël Zasque has reminding about the Enlightenment. C'était the citation of a book called Candide by Voltaire. And in this book, there's an invitation in French, il faut cultiver notre jardin. We have to cultivate our garden. And in this sentence, she reminds that it has been read a lot about being individuality. Everyone needs to cultivate his own garden as being preoccupied with their own business, take care only of their own self, which it should be read in the other way. It is to cultivate our garden. It is our common garden, and we need to do it together. And for example, coming back to fires, in Australia, they've recently rediscovered the ancestral know-how of the Aboriginal people in dealing with organized fires before the fire actually comes naturally and be less devastating. It's not just about our interaction with nature. We cannot stop interacting with nature. It is just about knowing the limits. And again, I'm saying this is, we are trying in France, for example, we've had lots of projects with the French Agency for Development to do biodiversity corridors. The idea, again, is to protect the planet, the fauna, the flora, but not against human activities, just to have the human activity allowing the planet to regenerate and to have this interaction. And we cannot do it alone. We need to do it all together, considering this is our humanity, which is at risk. Because we are entered a new era, because we've entered the Anthropocene, and despite not being the center of the universe, we're having an interaction on our environment, which is the biggest that has, no other species has ever had this impact. We have changed the world. We don't inhabit the same planet anymore. This is from Bruno Latour, a French philosopher who died last 9th of October. Since the Neolithical period, we have migrated and colonized every continent, the whole of the Earth's surface. We've changed voluntarily our environment by the agriculture. We've disrupted the balance of the biosphere and biodiversity. For example, in less than 50 years, we've seen the extinction of 69% of the vertebrated animals. It has started much earlier, eventually, in the extinction of megafauna in Australia, as early as man or our ancestors arrived there. And we have an impact with our activities on the other side of the planet. That is, we in Europe, with our way of consuming, have impacted the rest of the world very quickly. We are just realizing now that we're responsible of these living conditions of all the species in the planet. We are changing our very atmosphere. And coming back, our humanity depends on this planet. And to be able to stay on this planet, we need to be doing it together. We've seen it during COVID, which has been mentioned earlier. And this is also to be linked with biodiversity in the way of the diminishing of space left for animals without mankind interaction is so small that lots of pathogens have come closer to us than expected. And this is resulting in zoonosis and pandemics. And so because of that, we've been hit more quickly and globally than before because of this footprint that we're having on our environment, but also the intrication of our economies, travel exchanges, and the crisis became global very quickly. And then with this terrible halt, as you were mentioning, of 2 years of COVID and so little interactions, and it was so hard, and it showed us our collective dependencies. Today, humanity faces new threats, but also old threats that are coming back. Pandemics, but we're also going back to famines, as we've known for so long. 347 million people, 153 million kids, extreme poverty coming back. Between 1990 and 2015, we had managed to have 137,000 people escape from it, and 345 million could fall into it until 2030. We know these threats always hit the most vulnerable. Climate change, high food prices, pandemics. It is a question of justice and of humanity to be trying to do things. France, for example, on this topic, has doubled its funding of the World Food Programme. It led the Food and Agricultural Resilience Mission with the UN to supply vulnerable countries with a low price and no political conditions. We're trying to invest in agricultural production with different countries willing to stop on relying on others for importation, like Senegal, for example. On climate issues, France, as a developed country and an industrialized one for a long term, needs to do more. Needs to be contributing to the $100 billion that have been pledged by the developing countries by the developed countries for adaptation that were announced in the Paris Agreement in 2015. We have contributed to setting the most ambitious climate target as the European Union, with climate neutrality by 2050. We remain committed to eradicating coal as an energy source, even if the crisis now, energy crisis in Europe, is a difficulty. Under the French presidency of the EU Council, we've adopted the Climate Pact with an objective of a 55% decrease in CO2 emissions by 2030, compared with the numbers of 1990. We really to engage, but we need to do it all together. And that's why France wants to keep on working, for example, with China, because we cannot do things alone. There's no economic nor ecological transition, each country in its place. So we're also working on carbon sinks and biodiversity. I'm so happy to be able to discover Malaysia now that I've arrived, which is a biodiverse country, and with whom we can be doing so much. We're working actually with Costa Rica to host the 2025 UN Ocean Conference. And we've been sincerely contributing to multilateral actions. There also is a problem of justice everywhere, and you were mentioning what we're doing for the people. Even in developed countries, we have a problem of inequalities, and this was mentioned earlier. We need to convince people there's no alternative between managing to go until the end of the month and fighting not to get to the end of the world. And this we need to do and to address, because in our countries, the way we developed makes it sometimes more difficult for people with less instruction, less access to good jobs, less access to economical wealth, to accept the impact this ecological transition will have on their daily lives. If you live in Paris and you can go cycling to work every day, it's easier not to use a car because you don't need it, and so it's easier to resume your consumption of fuel. If you live very far from where you work, if you need to drive a car for your work, then and you're fighting to get at the end of the month and to pay your bills, then when the government comes and say, oh, we will put higher taxes on oil, and then these people need to be convinced we're not doing it at their expense. And this is a problem that we have to address in our countries, because it is a question of balance between who's doing the best efforts, and the best efforts should, of course, in our sense, be done by the most wealthy ones as well, the ones that have the possibility to do it. I will conclude my topic saying that we are invited by this philosopher I mentioned earlier, Bruno Latour, to reflect on what we need and not what we want. And I know that in many other countries and civilizations, maybe you haven't gone so far in thinking about what you want and what you need. So this is a thought that I share for my country and our Europe and all. We really need to go back to this. And Bruno Latour, worked a lot on the topic in France, and we know that civil society is very aware of that. We have different kinds of organizations. Young people especially want to change things and to change organization. They question about our capitalistic model. They want to have alternative models. Bruno Latour says, in order to know what we really need, we need to know ourselves better. And how best to do that than with exchanging with each other. Trying to know someone who's different from you helps you know yourself better. And he was enhancing this through collective reflections, ateliers, this kind of very interesting conference, but also artists' performance. And I'm sure being in Malaysia, with its exceptional diversity and richness of traditions, of culture, of arts, has a huge contribution to make in this sense. I would just like to conclude with another point. Philippe Descola is an anthropologist and has been writing a lot on the Jivaro people in Amazonia, but he calls for a new anthropology, and an anthropology that will treat non-humans as equals, in the sense of taking into account their needs, because we depend on them. And one of his proposals, and it has been done in certain places, is to give a legal personality to natural settings, for example, to mountains, in order to best defend their interests. Of course, these interests would be defended through mandatory peoples who depend on them. And they're, for example, the inhabitants of a village, if the mountain of this village or the lake of this village has a legal personality, then the inhabitants, depending on it for their life, would be able to defend it in the courts, as we have the protection of environment in our constitution. And one of the words this philosopher used was to say, we need to be building politics on the earth at a common house. And it made me think of the longhouse. And I think, again, that Malaysia, with its traditions of exchanges, of reflection, of common sharing of living and collaboration together, has a lot of things to do to inspire us. So, terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Magnifique discours. Merci beaucoup, Madame Virginia Bioto, is the Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of France in Malaysia. Thank you. Ampun Tuanku, we have listened attentively to the four renowned and learned speakers sharing their wisdom, thoughts, and relatable information with all of us today via the Zoom online platform and physical presentation. And may particularly invite the two learned speakers to kindly return back to your respective seats. Thank you very much. May I welcome once again Dr. Makio Miyagawa and Madame Virginie Biotto. Ampun Tuanku, the spectrum of wide knowledge and values across various aspects, topics and discipline that were presented in WCIT 2022, discovering the path that will lead us to a holistic and positive solution to any crisis and together to create a better, bigger and brighter world for future generations to come, sharing our humanity. We have finally come to the end of the opening ceremony of the 6th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization 2022 by His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Darul Ridwan. On behalf of University Sultan Azlan Shah, we, Your Royal Highness's most dutiful and loyal subjects, would like to humbly extend our utmost appreciation and felicitations to Royal Highnesses for the gracious and royal presence here this afternoon. The conference will now be in recess, followed by light refreshments served at the luncheon hall, and will continue at 2:30 p.m. after lunch and Zuhur prayers. We sincerely thank all of you for your gracious presence here at the World Conference today. Ampun tuanku, beribu ampun, sembah patik, mohon diampun. Announcing the departure of His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Darul Ridwan, His Royal Highness, the Raja Dihile Perak Darul Ridwan, accompanied by the Right Honourable Menteri Besar of Perak, the Honourable Chairman and Vice Chancellor of University Sultan Azlan Shah, and distinguished guests. Ampun tuanku. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain for a short while as we will request some space between Dudi Tuanku and our invited guests. Remember, very important for those delegates have not QR code your presence, please do so at the reception counter. Please drop by to the reception counter. Ensure that you have already scanned the QR code, and we hope that with this, we wish you a pleasant afternoon. Have a special luncheon which is being held on the mezzanine floor, and we will see you before 2:30 p.m. So please be back here at 2:15 p.m. Para hadirin sekalian di Pelawa untuk menjamu selera di tingkat mezzanine dan kembali ke conference ini pada pukul 2.15 petang. Terima kasih dan jumpa lagi pada pukul 2.15 petang. Terima kasih.